Thank you very much.
Take the platform, and then you can proceed to introduce the presentation. You also indicate to us who are the members of your delegation. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. With me is the CEO of Isimangaliso, Mr. Bukosini, and the CFO, Ms. Mangaliso Kamgile Mtambo. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity given to Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority to present its 2022-23 annual performance plan. Special greetings to the Honorable Minister, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the officials, CEOs of various entities represented here, and colleagues from sister entities. The proposed 2022-2023 APP aims at continuing with the implementation of the entity's approved strategic plan, which is aligned to government's plans, such as the environmental sector priorities as outlined in the government's documents, as well as the 8 priorities of the 6th administration. Honorable Chairperson, before I start with today's business, please allow me to say just 2 things. Firstly, it gives me immense pleasure to echo the words of the Minister by reporting that in the early hours of the 14th of April 2022, nature provided much needed intervention. The floods broke open the mouth of the St. Lucia Lake, thus allowing seawater and fresh water to mix. In short, Chairperson, I would like to indicate that natural breaching of the St. Lucia Estuary occurred, and the mouth is open as we speak. Secondly, I also would like to mention that even though Isimangaliso has had huge gains, it also has experienced some challenges that have been on the public domain, such as the invasion of the Futululu indigenous forests. Regarding this matter, I would like to report to this committee that Isimangaliso team, under the leadership of the CEO, had numerous engagements with the traditional authorities and the communities that were involved in the invasion of the forest. After investigations into the matter, particularly the source of the problem, the matter went up to the High Court, where the interdict was granted that barred those responsible from entering or invading, clearing land, or erecting any buildings inside the protected indigenous forest. Honorable Chairperson, I am pleased to report that through continuous engagements, an amicable solution has been reached and communities have stopped any further occupation attempts into the World Heritage Site. Now, coming back to today's presentation, Honorable Chairperson, I am pleased to report that Isimangaliso continues to focus all its efforts and available resources to ensure that, 1, in all its activities, it complies with legislation. 2, for this financial year, more than ever before, Isimangaliso is determined to get a clean audit opinion. 3, Isimangaliso strives to deliver on its 3-pronged mandate in line with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment corporate strategy, the National Development Plan objectives, the government priorities of the 6th administration, and the environmental sector priorities. I wish to mention at this point that the 3-pronged mandate of Isimangaliso, which is set out in the World Heritage Convention Act's regulation, includes biodiversity conservation and protection of the park's heritage values, ecotourism, and empowerment of communities living within and adjacent the park through tourism development. In line with its mandate, Isimangaliso works very hard and it strives to ensure that the World Heritage status of Isimangaliso is maintained through various programs such as environmental audits and many others, which the CEO will elaborate on in his presentation. Second, Isimangaliso also strives to become financially sustainable by reducing its dependence on government grants. We have been mentioning this a number of times at these meetings, but I would like to indicate that at the moment, Isimangaliso is working very hard to promote ecotourism, which is steadily recovering from the negative impacts of COVID-19 and is currently at a very advanced stage of the implementation of its tourism and commercialization strategy. Honorable Chairperson, I am pleased to report to this committee that Isimangaliso held a very successful business summit on the 25th of March, 2022. A number of development notes have been identified, and it is hoped that with these kinds of endeavors and interventions, Isimangaliso will not only move close to being financially sustainable, but will also be able to contribute in a concrete way to equitable representation and distribution of the tourism business opportunities and benefits to local communities, which is very important. Isimangaliso has also taken huge strides in transforming the socioeconomic landscape by empowering historically disadvantaged communities living within and adjacent to the park through various programs that have been put together in addressing issues that relates to the three major social ills, which are poverty, unemployment, and social inequality. Isimangaliso, through the implementation of its community beneficiation strategy, also strives to ensure that communities benefit from the economic opportunities derived from the park activities. There is always a percentage that is allocated to previously disadvantaged groups. Isimangaliso has also, over time, managed to forge very warm relationships with various stakeholders, such as fishing associations, people in parks, Amakosi traditional councils, local communities through a number of engagements, which have led to the creation of jobs and education opportunities through bursaries and various capacity building projects. The CEO will also elaborate on these during his presentation. And lastly, Isimangaliso is also in cognizance of the significance of recruiting and retaining adequately skilled and transformed workforce to ensure that it is able to deliver on its mandate. To that end, Isimangaliso has ensured that employee performance contracts and workplace skills plans are in place. And in cases where there is underperformance of any nature and challenges that could be related to that, the entity immediately implements corrective measures. At this point, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, I wish to indicate that Isimangaliso executes its mandate and all its related activities through four programs, those being corporate support services, biodiversity conservation, tourism and business development, and socioeconomic and environment development. The CEO will provide details of the activities within these programs. Through you, Honorable Chairperson, may I then at this point hand over to the CEO to take the committee through the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. I take it, Chairperson of the portfolio, that I must proceed. Chairperson?
Yes, you can proceed, CEO.
All
My
right,
apologies. I was not. I was on mute. My apologies. Proceed. Eh?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. She has covered almost some of the things, ne? Just highlight the critical issues that we feel she didn't touch on. The chairperson. The presentation is on the screen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, honorable members present, the Minister, our DG, colleagues from the department, the chairpersons of the boards of other entities present here, as well as my colleague who is with me, the CFO. Good afternoon. Chairperson, just to make sure that we are not disturbed in terms of the presentation, I am not going to switch my video on because my comms are very low here and we have serious load shedding here. So I just want to make sure that we are not disturbed. If we can go to the next slide, please. Chairperson, and members, we just want to reiterate that Isimangaliso, our 2022-23 APP is trying to do, we are trying our level best to make sure that we align with the entities approved strategic plan. But also we do take into cognizance the issue of the environmental sector priorities as outlined in government 2019 to 24 medium-term strategic framework plan and the 8 priorities thereof of the 6th administration that we are currently implementing. We've made provisions accordingly in terms of this plan to review some of the issues, especially because there has been a number of issues that we needed to take into cognizance, especially following the issue of the COVID-19 outbreak, the issue of the fiscal constraints, and many other issues. In that line, we have then looked at the issue of reviewing and deprioritization of some of the works in the program, but also looked at issues where we are dealing with issues in terms of our performance that are in line with the Constitution and statutory mandate of the department and the entity as well. The issue of the green economy and the green economy recovery plan is an issue that I think we will talk to as we present the strategy going forward, following what we presented last time. Gender-based violence and femicide implementation of the strategy approved by the President is another issue that Isimangaliso is looking into in making sure that in the implementation of its APP, it is taken into cognizance. This, of course, the interventions which address the negative socio-economic effects of the COVID-19, which in the main is your issues of your job creation. Next slide. We've got 3 objectives as the park, and I'm not going to go to them, Chairperson, because I've talked about them quite a lot. But what is important is to mention that we are still focusing on those 3 objectives, and we're implementing them accordingly. If you look at our APP, the entities challenge, as we all know, is the issue of the budget constraints. But we must really also appreciate the role played by the department in ensuring that this entity operates under the circumstances. The 2023-24 strategic plan is linked to a number of issues. The department, the NDP, we did also take into cognizance the issue of the provincial growth and development strategy. As I indicated earlier on, the 8 priorities of the 6th administration and the environmental sector priorities. Next slide. Next slide.
They seem not to be moving.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Okay, we've got 4 programs, as we all know, starting with the first one, which is the corporate support services. Our outcome there is compliance with legislation, effective financial management, and key risks mitigated. And we've got clean audit or clean administration, as they call it, which is basically unqualified audit opinion with no matters, which is our target. The percentage of expenditure on the allocated budget, we have heard the chairperson talking quite seriously on the issue of underperformance or underspending. 95% is what we've always committed and is what we have always maintained. Trade creditor payment is 30 days, just to make sure that we're in line with the PFMA. Our service providers are paid within 30 days. Trade data collection, 60 days, which is our debtors. 100% compliance with statutory requirements, as well as the procurement plan is sitting at 100%. And in terms of the BBEE spend, we're looking at 80%, and we have performed accordingly in the previous years to this standard, where we have moved from your 60% to 80%, and we've achieved this without fail, and we are still maintaining that we will do exactly that going forward. This despite with the understanding that there is that constitutional court matter, which we hope it will be resolved soon and clarify our way forward in as far as this matter is concerned. Next slide. We have a workplace skills plan submitted to SETA within the prescribed time frame, which is usually the 30th of April on a yearly basis. I do recall, Chairperson, that in the previous portfolio committee meetings, there were concerns around the percentages. If you look at the implementation plan, and I did indicate that this will be increasing exponentially depending on budget availability. If you look at 2020 to 21, we had 25%. 2021-22, we increased to 50% because the budget there was 450. We have 1 million rand as a budget, which means that we are now going to almost 100%. Percentage of employee performance contracts concluded on all contracts or employees who have contracts is 100%. The number of occupational health and safety assessments, inspections, as well as the implementation of the recommendations coming from those assessments. We've got that as a target, 1 annual occupational health and safety assessment, inspection conducted, and implementation of recommendations coming out of that assessment. The ICT governance framework, we are an organization that is really working too much in terms of the IT. We want to review this on an annual basis, understanding that technology is fast changing, and therefore we want to stay in course and make sure that we don't operate on outdated IT systems. Number of news flashes and press releases, because we've got people who are subscribing to our news flashes, who are constantly watching what is happening in Isimangaliso. It's 20 that we have set ourselves as a target. Next slide. Coming to the next program, which is Biodiversity Program. As you know, at this point in time, conservation is still performed by KZN Wildlife on our behalf in accordance with the World Heritage Convention Act regulations. That is why you will see us not being too active in as far as that is concerned. However, what we have planned thus far as an entity is to make sure that we have a green energy program strategy implemented. Members will recall that in the last financial year, we had a target of a green energy program strategy developed, and that was developed accordingly. Now we are going to implement it, which is this year, in accordance with the action plan. Just to give you an example, Chairperson, it may include things like changing bulbs so that we reduce the use of electricity grid in particular, separating the solid waste in terms of different categories, your plastics, your different sources, banning using green-friendly banning material. So those are things that we are looking at. Unauthorized land encroachment strategy implemented. Again, there's an action plan that is currently under way in terms of development for approval. And again, we will implement it in accordance with that, just to make sure that issues of encroachment are dealt with accordingly. Because of the institutional arrangement that we have with Esimangaliso and Wildlife, we have set ourselves to have at least 4 meetings, which basically means that on quarterly basis, we are going to have a meeting with them to discuss operational, but as well as strategic issues, given the fact that there is that institutional arrangement that we have. Number of environmental audits conducted, it's 12. And this in the main applies to the concessionaires that are operating in our park. The next slide, so that we see to it that they comply with the regulations and the legislation that apply in the park. Number of environmental monitors deployed in the park, 130. I'm happy to indicate that we have advertised this throughout the park in collaboration, working together with Amakosi, the people in park structure, as well as many other stakeholders. And we are taking young people from the same communities just to make sure that they participate in the work that we do, so that the park is considered and is felt in the true sense as ours, including themselves. Number of hectares of alien invasive alien plants treated, it's 75,000. Once again, thank you to the department for giving us additional budget. When the CFO presents, you will see that there is additional funds. There are additional funds that we received, or that we are going to receive from the department, and that is going to translate into one, having tangible results in terms of hectares of alien invasive plants treated in the park, which is great for conservation. But at the same time, it is going to create business opportunities. You recall, Chair, I indicated last year we appointed, or we created 94 SMMEs, each employing at least 15 people from the same communities that we're talking about. Now, with the increment of this money, or the increase in the budget, it is going to translate into more jobs created for the same communities, which works wonders for strengthening and enhancing our relationship with the communities. Number of cubic meters of earthworks in wetland rehabilitation, we're still going to be 2,000 cubic meter. Again, this is an add-on in terms of what I talked about earlier on, and it's wonderful work. If you come to Isimangaliso, you will see it is a very wet area because of good work that is done by these communities. Number of kilometers of coastline cleaned, 320. It's 220 plus 100 of the estuary, which makes it 320 because we clean the coastline, including the estuaries as well, just to make sure that our estuaries also remain healthy. Percentage of applications for developments in the buffer zone, it will be 100% where we would have commented. We are still commenting because we are still working on finalizing the issue of the buffer zone. Percentage of identified unauthorized developments and activities and actioned legally, 100%. It is on this basis that our chairperson of the board indicated that in cases like your Futululu and other areas where there has been invasion or attempted invasion, you will see us getting court interdicts, you will see us opening cases, this despite the fact that we are still also working hard in terms of ensuring that there are those relationships. The good thing about this is that when these things do happen, it is the communities themselves who are making us aware that this thing is taking place, and we do act accordingly. So it doesn't really disturb too much the issue of the stakeholder engagement and relationship that we have, because the majority of these communities are anti what is happening. Next slide. We now go to tourism and business development, and we've got infrastructure in the form of roads. We will be maintaining about 30 kilometers of those, especially with the heavy rains and floods that we've had. Areas like your Lake Sibaya will be the most affected, and we'll have to attend to those issues, including roads within the park. Kilometers of fence maintained, which will be 20 kilometers in terms of the budget that we have. But once again, thanks to the department for additional funds received, we've managed to repair a lot of our fence infrastructure, and the park looks very good and well looked after as a result of that intervention. But again, there are more business as well as employment opportunities that have been created to date as a result of that. Tourism and commercialization strategy implemented. As the chairperson indicated earlier on, that on the 25th of March, we had a business summit which went very well. Now we are implementing that. So tourism and commercialization strategy implemented in accordance with the action plan, which basically means that now we're getting these sites and other areas available for investors to start investing in them. Number of collaterals developed as marketing tools 5, and digital engagements for tourism trade conducted 3, as well as special events to promote the park as a destination of choice is 3. And next slide. Editorials published and broadcasted 6, and media junkets 4. Social media, because it's one key or effective way of communicating, it's 500. Number of paying visitor entries is 18000, and number of non-paying visitor entries is 96,000. And revenue to the park, we've increased that to 56,325.32 because of the issue of the national disaster being lifted, and we're hoping that it's going to open up this industry in the main. Park estate maintenance plan implemented. Again, it is going to be done in accordance with the action plan. Already, we have started working on this as we speak. Next slide. This is the socio-economic environment and development program. We have added another stakeholder here, which we have identified as a very critical stakeholder. It's the fishing cooperatives. So we have made a commitment with them to engage with them at least on quarterly basis. So we'll be holding 4 quarterly meetings just to get a sense of issues they are confronted with as they are operating their business, but also to share with them developments in terms of the policy directives and many other issues, so that we don't bump heads unnecessarily. And I think the meeting that we had with them really culminated into a very positive spirit. And that is what we resolved to do with them. Number of people in parks meeting is 4. Amakosi forum meetings attended is 4. And number of traditional council meetings is 24. In the council meetings is where Amakosi or each Inkosi invites all the headmen from all the wards where Inkosi is responsible. We then get an opportunity to hear or listen to issues that are affecting or suggestions that people may have, which is a normal thing that we are getting these days. And it further creates this working relationship between ourselves and Amakosi and the communities in general, be they land claimants or non-claimants. Number of land claims and co-management meetings undertaken, it's 8. Number of municipalities and ward council meetings attended, it's 12. Just to mention on the land claims is that the board has recently approved, in fact, in the last financial year, a community beneficiation model, which seeks to assist or provide guidelines on how communities and land claimants are going to benefit from the proceeds that are generated by the park in different activities and operations. Number of municipalities and ward council meetings attended, 12. We are now attending the meetings with the municipalities just to make sure that we align ourselves with the local government, because that is where people are being serviced. So we just want to be part of that, and also to make sure that we communicate our plans, our strategies with them. IDPs, the LED forum meetings, and so on. Number of community group meetings across the park, 68. Stakeholder engagement strategy implementation and evaluated is what we are going to look into this year, especially because this is now in place. Next slide. Female beneficiaries supported to deal with that issue that I spoke about earlier on, the gender-based violence and femicide, is 55%. Youth beneficiaries supported is 30%. Full-time equivalent jobs is 550. People or beneficiaries would have completed accredited training, which they can use elsewhere, 50, and it's part of talked about earlier on. And those who may have the non-accredited training is 1,400. Number of people participating in skills development programs is 200. And participating in rural enterprise program is 100. And first years receiving bursaries and supported, it's 10. And percentage of bursary students who pass their registered modules, we've set that 75% target. Next slide. Schools to be visited as part of conservation or environmental awareness is 50, and it's all the schools across the park. And we're looking into increasing this, especially now that we've got the assistance of the Kunsabenza. So in the next year, we are going to increase this number quite significantly. Number of youth ambassadors participating in environmental awareness activities, 50. Leadership structures participating in conservation awareness in the form of Amakosi, the mayors or the councillors is 2. Number of events celebrating key environmental calendar days is 2. Groen Sabenza interns that are deployed is 200. Once again, many thanks to the department for affording us this opportunity. We have finalized the process of recruiting. As I talk to you now, these interns are currently in Isimangaliso and other areas executing their duties. And we are hoping that they are going to learn a lot from us. But more importantly also is the fact that it has gone a long way in terms of creating the relationship between ourselves and the communities, especially young people from the area, because it is mainly the young people who may have a degree, a diploma, but is unable to get a job because of lack of experience. So this is an opportunity that we've created through the department for these communities, and it is excitement all over the way. Thank you to the department. Next slide. The next slide, Chairperson, is going to take us to the budget, which the CFO, Mrs. Kamile Mdambo, is going to take us through. Thank you very much from my side. Thank you.
Good afternoon, CEO, and thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity and all protocol observed. As the Finance Minister has mentioned to us that the world economy is expected to grow by 4.4% this year. This is going to be lower than 4.9%, which was anticipated when tabling the medium-term budget. The country economic growth is estimated to grow about 4.8% in this outgoing financial year. But then in the coming financial year, we are expecting about 5.1%. And in terms of the growth, we're looking at about 21%. And obviously, the GDP is expected to average to 1.8%. This is per the Finance Minister's outlook. Can we go to the next slide? For Isimangaliso, we have taken into account the issues around the national disaster, which we are expecting that our revenue will increase about 4% for the next 2 outcoming years. Can we also go to the next slide? We anticipate the increase on our visitors. I can say that in this outgoing financial year, we have looked at our finances and it is looking positive in terms of the budget that we had and the estimation. But in the 22-23 financial year, we are expecting that our revenue will increase to 376,138,997, which also is made up of our EPWP programs and our operational grant, which we received from the department, and the park revenue, which I will go into detail. In terms of the operational grants that we are receiving from the department, it has increased from 38.5 to 41.3 million. This is as a reason that a part of our findings that we received from the Auditor General was that we do not have technical expertise in terms of engineering, and we saw it fit that we add that into our organogram, a person with a qualification in around engineering, which we then requested the department to assist us in that additional funding. And also in this financial year, if I may mention as well, is that we are not planning to convert our capital grant into OPEX. This has been done in the previous 3 financial years through what we are putting in place as part of our financial sustainability plan. Part of, in total, our internal generated revenue is estimated to be 72. If we can go to the next slide just to see the details. As the CEO has mentioned, that we want to appreciate the department. If you look at the 2021-2022 financial year, we were sitting at about 141 million in terms of EPW program, and that has drastically increased to roughly 220 million, a rounding figure, to the bigger one addressing the issue around working for water. As the CEO has mentioned when he was talking about the number of alien investment plants that will be cleaned or removed in the park. So that's we appreciate from the department. And if we can go to the next slide, that indicates our operational income in terms of, as I mentioned, that is what we are planning to do in the next coming financial year, which we are saying in terms of park revenue, we've increased it to 18 million, and all the amount around the management fees, that add up to 72 million. As I said, from the department, we are receiving about 41.3. Then that makes totaling our budget to 376 million overall. And then in the outer coming years, there is a reduction because of the amount that we will be receiving in terms of the working for water. So where you will see we are sitting at 343 and 368 in the third year. Can we then go to the next slide? Just to indicate, as I mentioned before, that we in terms of the salaries, one of the key positions that we are filling is the post of the technical executive manager, which will assist us on our infrastructure projects. And also, one of the issues that we were raising is that our pension fund, in terms of our employees, they were basically contributing they were receiving a contribution from the employer of about 4.5%, which is way less than the expected norm. So, and also in terms of the plan is that we are reducing our financial consultant, seeing that we've built the capacity within the entity. In the next 2 outcoming years, the expenditure there will be minimized, and other expenses has been made in terms of this. We've increased them in terms of CPI, and also to mention that part of our plan as the entity is to implement our financial sustainability plan, which include making provision of a transactional advisor in terms of commercialization of our strategies. The CEO mentioned that we want to implement the projects, and we have received an exemption from Treasury. So we are able to implement those projects which are below 10 million, but we also want to package those that are above 10 million, which we have set aside the budgets of 3.5 million. Can we then conclude on the next slide? This is just the summary of all our expenses. And if we go on to the next slide, which I also want to mention, is the issues around the community projects, which we are saying we have set aside for SMME development. We have set aside 1.4 million for, the CEO has mentioned the issues around the bursaries. We have set aside also the community facilitation programs, and also training on community projects and co-management. Those which have land claims, we also pay a percentage around their co-management, around the agreement that we have. Thank you so much, CEO, for the opportunity. Let's conclude our budget.
Thank you, Chairperson. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson of SANB, are you ready?
Yes, Chair, I am ready, but I'm on load shedding. With your permission, if I avoid putting up the camera.
It's okay.
Should I continue, Chair?
Yes, you can continue, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Allow me, Chairperson, to recognize you and all the honorable members. Honorable Minister Chrissy, the Deputy Minister Soju, Board Chairperson of DFFE's entities, the SANB CEO and other CEOs that are present, our Director General of the department, and the DDGs. The board interrogated the annual performance plan for 2022-2023 financial year, and we are confident that the strategic action outlined in the document will enable SANB to achieve its mandate. To assist SANB in pursuit of its mandate and pursuit to the regulatory requirements and good corporate governance, the board established mechanisms to provide ongoing oversight and foster accountability in the implementation of the set targets. In preparing its annual performance plan, SANB has considered its mandate, key government priorities, and its contribution towards the realization of the National Development Plan, the NDP. Furthermore, SANB reflected on the achievements and challenges that were faced in prior years and organized its delivery programs with this in mind. Financial sustainability and good corporate governance are the foundations on which SANB must implement its mandate. Through the effective management of resources made available from the national government, and with a focus on increasing income generated through its operations, SANB aims to strengthen its financial outlook. This will be achieved by 1, implementing its marketing and commercialization strategy, 2, investigating exploitation of its intellectual property to unlock economic value, 3, promoting the use of science-based knowledge products, 4, facilitating implementation of the donor-funded projects, and 5, with strategic partners. SANBI's priorities include managing biological invasions, generating foundational biodiversity information on species and ecosystems, safeguarding strategic water source areas, facilitating climate change ecosystems-based adaptation responses, and biodiversity information sharing. Biodiversity planning, assessment, monitoring, and reporting efforts will be furthered as SANBI strives to provide decision support services and mainstream biodiversity into policy, planning, decision-making, and implementation. South Africa is a signatory to multiple multilateral biodiversity-related agreements, including the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, the Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. SANBI will continue to provide technical support to the work of the department on these conventions and other relevant biodiversity-related agreements. SANBI will continue to actively participate in job creation and employment programs as led by the department. Our performance in this regard were above the set targets as evidenced in the delivery of the funded Presidential Employment Stimulus, PES, and or the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, PYEI, programs in the past 2 financial years. Our deployment prioritized the creation of temporary job opportunities for local skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor in national gardens, strategic ecosystems, while contributing towards managing ecological infrastructure and human capital development. SANBI continues to explore opportunities to source project-specific funding, both nationally and internationally, to support nature-based tourism activities, scientific work, conservation, and education opportunities that will assist in advancing local skills and contribute to generating much-needed revenue. Chairperson, I will now request the CEO, who is accompanied by the SANBI team in the name of Elliot Mashile, who is the Chief Operational Officer, Lorato Sitole, who is the Chief Financial Officer, and Kamel Mbizo, who is the Head of Science and Policy Advice, to then take the Portfolio Committee through the details of the presentation of the Annual Performance Plan for the 2022-2023 financial year. Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you, Chairperson of SANBI. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Can the Chairperson mute his microphone? Professor Nesamfune, mute your microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, chairs of the boards represented here, and colleagues, DG. If Chair may allow, I had to shift the venue where I was due to connectivity, but I'm able to connect. If I can present without the video on, I would really appreciate if the Chair allows.
Save your bandwidth, it's
okay.
Not shedding time.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, let's start on slide 5. Thanks to the Chair, he's summarized a lot of things, and I will not be repeating those. But on slide 5, just want to highlight a few things here. That SANBI operates within the mandate that has been provided through NEMBA, which is the National Environment Management Biodiversity Act. We also operate on a number of areas on the protection of ecosystems, as well as informed by NEMPA, the Protected Areas Act. We have a number of regulations that are relevant as specified there, which I'm not going to go through each one of them. So in discharging our mandate, that legislative framework is what informs us. There are other frameworks as well that are specific, National Biodiversity Framework in particular, and also the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which is a longer term plan for the sector itself broadly. Of course, we play a role in making sure that those international agreements that the chair spoke to are domesticated in that process, working with the department and providing that scientific support that's required. We are organized in the 4 programs that are listed there, one focusing on botanical gardens and national zoological gardens, the biodiversity science and policy advice, human capital development and transformation, and the last one dealing with administration and all matters cooperate in that regard. Let's move on to the next slide. NEMBA is very explicit on what SANBI must do and what SANBI may do. I just want to highlight one aspect of assessments on the state of biodiversity and reporting on such, not only on the state of biodiversity broadly, but specific to also other areas that are specified in the Act, on species, on ecosystems, the impact on from the alien invasive species, and also the impact of GMOs on non-target species. There are other areas that are covered in there, which I'm not going to go through one by one. Let's move on to the next slide. SANBI is also responsible for, as per the regulations and also as per the Act, the coordination of the work of the scientific authority, which provides decision support on trade and related matters. In that regard, therefore, most of the work that we do from a science perspective would then be complemented by the work that is further facilitated by the scientific authority. The next slide would not be qualifying in details on that, but suffice to say that as we are still in the middle or just about to conclude the medium term, the work in the medium term or specified in the medium term strategic framework, all those priorities since the beginning of this administration, we have been covering, and we are relevant to nearly all of them, as listed with the arrows that are indicated there without going through each one of them. The next slide. We generate knowledge. We provide foundational information from a biodiversity perspective for decision making, because we understand that you can't manage what you don't know. When it comes to trends, when it comes to mapping, either it's ecosystems, it's species, genetic information on biodiversity, we provide and generate those to support decision making at different levels or at various levels. We do assessments, trends, analysis, models, pilots, experiments, and we work with our extended networks in this regard. And that information generated assists in planning and also in policy development and policy implementation across the board for the department and anyone interfacing with biodiversity in one form or another. Even human settlements, planning, cities, and others. So the work that we do, we influence and make sure that the healthy environment that the Constitution aspires for is realized through the work that we do. So all those programs that I spoke about earlier on would support and assist in that regard. Let's move on to the next slide. In working on the priorities as specified, I think these are some of the priorities that I would want to highlight. We'll go into the specifics and the details on the APP. We consider this as critically important. The first one is the repositioning of the zoological gardens. SANBI incorporated the National Zoological Gardens into his portfolio not long ago. The transfer process, which took some years, has been completed. One key issue that we need to do as part of this APP moving forward is to entrench the role of the National Zoological Gardens in conservation, in research, in recreation, in tourism, in education and awareness, and also its role in conservation in one form or another. That will require a lot of efforts, be it through PPPs on the business side of it, also strategic partnerships on the conservation side of it. And therefore, there are a number of areas that I'll highlight later on that would assist us in that repositioning process. Of course, we'll work with the Department on environmental programs for job creation purposes, as the chair has indicated. Key to this is the support and working with the department or in partnership with the department on what we call Groensewenza program, meant specifically to target young people, professionals, and put them in a program of 3 years of incubation, working with partners, with commitment by those partners to absorb as many as they can into the job environment. So we'll be looking at that, and we're lining up this process. We're doing the second installment of this, having led from the first installment somewhere back then in 2013, 2014. So this will target a number, hundreds and hundreds of young people to come on board. We'll also put our priority in green energy and water conservation initiatives through our infrastructure maintenance, infrastructure development projects in all our campuses that straddle across 8 of the 9 provinces currently, while we're working on the 9th province as well. Issues of transformation are very, very critical. We've since developed a charter. It spells out a number of things that we need to pursue as part of that transformation drive, and we'll be implementing those. Move on to the next slide. Of course, as Minister indicated earlier on, the high-level panel, we have set out an implementation plan to operationalize the key areas of the high-level panel within our mandate, of course, and therefore we'll be implementing that plan. We'll then also work with DFFE on regulatory matters specific to aspects related to wildlife trade decision support, but also recognizing the illegal trade in plant or species that is emerging, especially succulents at this moment. So working in the framework of what the department is facilitating with other partners as well on board, SANBI's role in that space is qualified and will be continue to work as such, not only on those 2 areas, but also in dealing with alien invasives, as we'll be indicating later on. Strategic water sources are very, very critical. We note their role in the country. Even if they cover 10% of the land in South Africa, they deliver more than 50% of water, or South Africa's much needed water. And therefore, we are going to spend a lot of time in that space, not only looking at the mapping and the delineation, but also the uptake of the findings and the delineation and the mapping and assisting those that are involved in planning at a subnational level, provincial and local government level, cities, to have that uptake. There are other policy advice products that we'll be looking at. A number of them we've listed in the APP that are going to support this area and making sure that biodiversity is mainstreamed across all sectors. Of course, we are playing a part working with ONC in the department in making sure that our contribution to marine and coastal biodiversity research is expanded. Strategic interventions on biological invasions, of course, we do risk analysis while the department focuses on a number of areas of this work, including but not limited to regulatory aspects, permitting, enforcement. We do the research side of it from a risk analysis perspective will continue in that regard, because this work is very, very important. Of course, informed by the state of affairs as per the findings and the assessment report that was recently released through SANParks. International obligations, of course, the department is responsible. I spoke to that. Let's move on. We'll be providing science-based support to that effect. Going on to other areas of incorporation, of course, decision support does play a critical role in advancing what has been indicated as or articulated as priorities for government and priorities for this country, and therefore will play a part in that. We see that the gardens fulfill multiple mandates that also support and advance the economic recovery and reconstruction plan to that effect. Of course, I did speak about strategic water sources, the socio-economic implications and impact of that, and the partnerships and the extended networks that we'll be working with on a number of other areas as we advance this known as the New Deal for People and Nature as we move forward. It's growing as we also work on finalizing with the other nations, as well as the department leads the global framework, the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. We'll also be working with others in that space. Can we move on to the next slide? Of course, the work on science I did speak about, the work on assessments, very, very critical in that regard. I won't repeat that. We continue to check on threat status and trends in species protection and conservation and sustainable use. In that regard, we'll continue to work with States SA. Of course, States SA is doing tremendous work in releasing what we call natural capital accounting. So SANParks, on the foundational side of biodiversity and the base data, would continue to provide in support of the work that SSA is leading. Of course, on the work on climate change, we'll continue as the designated direct access entity for the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund. From an ecosystem-based adaptation perspective, we'll continue to pursue funding from that space, and also piloting projects that will provide lessons that will inform how adaptation responses can be enhanced. Can we move on to the APP? Next slide. Next slide. So the first area there, we're increasing our maintenance priority areas that from 45 previous year to 50. We've got new gardens that are coming on board, of course, with new developments that we're going to have, one in Limpopo, one in Eastern Cape, and the others that straddle along the other provinces, as I indicated, except Northwest, that we're still working on at the moment. New infrastructure projects, as indicated, 10, and maintenance in specific areas that are indicated. Let's move on to the next slide. The visitor numbers, we are very hopeful that with the realization of the restrictions associated with the management of COVID-19, we'll be able to increase or have targeted more than what we did in the previous year. It was 950,000. We'll be moving now to 1.2 million visitors in the gardens, either botanical or zoological, as indicated there. We'll also continue to work with partners on a number of areas, mainly also to make sure that we increase the indigenous species that we put in the Millennium Seed Bank. This is a global program where we store what we have, the seeds, knowing that through climate change and many other threats to biodiversity, we may lose certain species. If that happens, at least we have a seed bank that we can draw from in the future It could be a calamity, whatever that may be, that will threaten biodiversity to extinction in whatever form. And then those seed banks would also assist in that regard. For MOUs that we have signed with other people, to make sure that the Zoological Gardens or NZG plays a critical role in conservation of species, and also in other areas where there's illegal trade, in support of the work of the department in that process. We will then continue with the implementation of the annual plans on the basis of the MOUs that have been concluded with partners in that regard. We'll also continue to work with other countries on issues of population management and science related to animal species through what we call start books. It's not just books, but it's an analysis that goes beyond education and awareness, scientific in that regard, on population dynamics. And as such, we'll be working with other countries as we are members of what we call the World Association of Zoological and Aquariums Association, but also the Pan-African version of that. Let's move on to the next one. On education and awareness, I will continue the targets indicated in terms of the reach. Would have wanted to be more ambitious on this, but the experiences in the last 2 years with the release of learners, we were a little bit cautious on that, but we'll continue to reach out to schools, to educators, host those learners for learning purposes, because we've got curriculum support type kind of programs that would make things more real for young people to learn as we're developing new leaders who are more biodiversity friendly and oriented in future. Let's move on also to the issue of repositioning. I did speak about that, but also how the NZG will be managing the iconic species, so we'll be updating our protocols. We always want to be beyond the international standards in the management of the zoological and related processes. The foundational biodiversity, all these targets that are put in here, that providing and asserting our role as a knowledge-based organization. We provide biodiversity information, the foundational information throughout, from genetic to species to families to all of those for ecosystems and also for species, new species that are coming on board, new names that are generated to make sure that we are up to speed. We're sitting with close to 2.5 million of manually pressed and stored records in our herbarium. So what we are doing now, we are digitizing those, we're targeting, and we work with between 55 and 60,000, but here 56,000 collections per year. Of course, it's not moving as fast as we can. It's the capacity that we have to that in that regard. It's quite detailed to do that, so that we could digitize all of this that has been collected for more than 100 years. For use in research, for use in decision making, for use in informing how biodiversity can be protected. We're not only doing that on plants, we're also looking at biomaterials as well from a wildlife perspective. Got the capacity to work on genetic and related aspects, so is the capacity on DNA and related aspects. So in that regard, we've put specific targets as is indicated on this slide. Move on to the next slide. Here, in increasing the knowledge base and decision support, we provide and work, and our professionals, most of whom are PhD master's holders in science, we develop or we prepare research papers that are published in recognized journals, targeting specific areas that support decision making and policy development in protection of biodiversity. So we've put in 100 research papers to that. We'll also work with other networks. We'll expand our networks, cooperative research networks in that regard. On the area of alien invasive species and control, 45 additional risk analysis We did 45. I mean, we targeted 45 in the previous year. We are also targeting another 45 because this is what is needed. What we look at is the emergence of certain risks associated with alien species, whether plant, fish, or mammals, whatever that could be. We look at those, we analyze them, the extent of the risk, the severity of the impact, the frequency of the occurrence, and how best then they can be dealt with. That's the work that we'll do. We'll continue to do the assessments as every 3 years or so would have to update the state of biodiversity and also the impact of biological or state of biological invasions in the country. So we'll also be looking at that. Move on to the next slide. We'll work with on trade decision support and restoration. Would provide an annual status of illegally traded succulent plants. This is an emerging threat that we are concerned about. I think Minister has spoken about this on several occasions, and working with partners in that, as led by the department, we'll be playing our part on the trends analysis and the state of affairs. We've got a methodology of doing that. We'll also be providing what we call non-detrimental findings. This is a support tool that says, whatever activity that may have been profiled at that particular moment, to what extent does that trade activity have implications on the survival of species in the wild? That information then comes through what we call non-detrimental findings. It supports provinces and others that are involved in permitting. And then we'll also, as I indicated, the policy advice products, we mentioned them on strategic water sources, of course, the natural capital accounting, on critical biodiversity areas, ecological support areas. These are critical areas that need to be protected at all costs. And in that case, then we'll be providing foundational and also policy advice beyond foundational, but policy advice to that effect on the basis of the data that we've been collecting or that we'll still be collecting moving forward. And we'll respond to all those things that are sent to us for us to respond 100% from a policy advice perspective or requests. Let's move on to the next slide. I did speak about HLP, of course, the implementation plan that we have, and also the implementation, and also working with district municipalities as part of the district delivery model. We're setting up a framework now to support the mainstreaming of strategic water sources on the basis of the data that we now have. Those that are carrying or bearers or existing within the municipalities where there's more or high yield from those strategic water sources will be profiled, and then will also be targeted in that mainstreaming process. We'll continue to on resource mobilization to make sure that we attract and chase, if I may use that, funding from a green climate fund perspective. And then we have programs and packaged the specific areas that we are pursuing that, and making submissions back and forth in that regard. And we'll continue to work on those proposals so that we have that money. Let's move on to the next slide. The next one will focus on human capital development. That involves a number of things: intake of interns, bursaries, PhD support, workplace integrated learning, placements to that effect. Of course, we cherish the support from the department on this area of work. I did speak about the home Sevenza targeting 1,050 learners who will then be subjected to that 3-year program. That's why also our budget had been supported in that regard by the department. We support teachers in making sure that they understand and they work properly on how they take biodiversity conservation into the curriculum. So is the work that we do with higher education institutions on biodiversity-related careers program. We find this very, very useful, irrespective of what others may be learning, but the biodiversity component of it becomes critical, because decisions that are not informed and not sustainable cost the country from a biodiversity loss perspective and other socio-economic implications associated with that. Of course, citizen science platforms, we pride ourselves with this, getting young people, citizens participating in providing data that assists in decision making. It could be on birds, it could be on butterflies, it could be on certain plants, and then we work on certain protocols to get people involved in biodiversity management. Let's move on to the next slide. On administration and governance and compliance, of course, our systems on ICT, the uptake, the uptime to that effect, and our commitment and our pursuit of unqualified audit opinion, and also the implementation of our commercialization and marketing program. So the platforms in that regard, we are making sure that we're as visible, more and more visible as we can be. Let's move on to the next slide. On financial sustainability, a 10% year-on-year increase in own income generated. Of course, revenue mobilized through what we call a resource mobilization programs, targeting different partnerships and others that would then have a financial flow to support the mandate and the work that we do. So we've got a financial sustainability plan that we'll be working on, and we'll review it and update it while at the same time implementing the same. Triple BEE, of course, in terms of procurement and suppliers, 90%, and also 65% procurement to triple BEE suppliers, with over 50% Black ownership. So what we'll be targeting on capacity in the next one, on capacity and capability and transformation, percentage spent significantly increased in the next slide. When it comes to staff development, we're a knowledge generation organization. We need to spend a lot more in enhancing our knowledge so that we can provide decision support and policy support appropriately. Of course, we may not be proud of the target currently, but we are working towards a target beyond 50% of all staff full-time employment being female. So females in senior management would want to increase more than what we have indicated for the next financial year as we move along. Of course, 87% of staff in full-time employment being Black, and targeting 2% with disabilities, people with disabilities in full-time employment in the organization. I'll request the CFO to take us through the financial plan or financial issues from slide 26. CFO Lorato.
Thank you, CEO.
Slide 26. Continue.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee, to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, Board Chairpersons, DG, and CEOs, and all other colleagues. Our financial plan for 22-23, we are planning for a total budget of 990 million, which 62% of it will be through operational, generated through operational income. And 38% will be coming through ring-fenced, what we call ring-fenced income. The operational income is going to come through the operational grant from the department, representing 41%. And we will also, through the activities and the operations in the gardens, generate income. These are our tourism activities and education operational activities. As we carry them out throughout the financial year, that will generate 20% for us. Then the ring-fenced income will be the income that will be coming from various sources, mainly for certain and specific purposes. Some of it will be flowing through the department, as CEO has already spoken to it, through the EPWP program of work, and infrastructure, which will be overseen throughout all the gardens to ensure that our facilities still remain attractive and relevant for visitors. We will also be generating 10% of our income through research projects, where we will mobilize through our partners resources from there. In terms of expenditure, we will utilize 62% of the funds that will be having towards our operational expenses. So that will cater for remuneration throughout the organization, and also our operating expenses. And the ring-fence funding will be spent according to how it will be purposed throughout the organization. On the next slide, it's a graphical representation of what we've just been through, just showing in terms of percentages. Then the next slide shows us how we will allocate the funds to various programs of the APP. The majority of the funding will be going towards the gardens, given the nature of its work being quite labor intensive, and also requiring a lot of resources in terms of managing it and making sure that it's still appealing. Then 27% will go towards our biodiversity science and policy advice, which is mainly in program 2, where it deals with research and knowledge and the skills that are quite required there as well, requires a lot of human intervention. Then we also have 16%, which will go towards HCD program, and 17% to the administration program, which also includes our IT, HR, marketing division, finance, and also overall governance. On the next slide, we have some financial strategies that we would be implementing during the financial year. We have acknowledged that our organization is quite vulnerable to the tourism sector and how that industry performs. So we will be looking at repositioning our gardens to ensure that we remain relevant within that sector, and we collaborate with well-informed partners within the tourism industry. Then we have also looked at differentiated pricing structure, which we have already implemented at one of the gardens, and we are looking at how we can roll it out to other gardens as far as possible, whilst making sure that the general public still has access to our gardens. We are investigating PPP arrangements for our infrastructure development. We have seen that our needs in the gardens are quite high, and for us to remain relevant and keep introducing new attraction facilities, we need to partner with others. We're also looking at our historical partnerships to see how SANParks can benefit more out of those, and looking at restructuring them in a harmonic manner. In terms of our resource mobilization, we are looking at how we can mature further from where we are currently. That generates 10% of our revenue, and would like to have that grow more in the coming years, and also looking at the support that is required when we are mobilizing resources to ensure that we have appropriate capacity in the organization. With our scientific services, we are looking at how we can work closely with other research institutions and universities to make sure that we render more services within that field, and we become known as one of the leaders that provide scientific services. Thank you, CEO, back to you.
Chairperson, the next slides, which I'm not going to go through, have provided the areas of risk and also risk mitigation. But the second last slide, Nick, provides the list of, I think it's slide 35, the list of acronyms that have been used in the document. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Colleagues, those are the two presentations from both Isimangaliso and Sanbi. Can I see a show of hands of colleagues who want to interact with the presentations? For now, I've noted the hand of Honorable Phillips, followed by Honorable Wright, in that order. Over to you, Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the presenters for the presentation. I'm going to start with my questions for Isimangaliso. In the introduction, the land invasion was raised, and I also did read in a press article that some of the community were taken to the mouth to show them that it wasn't blocked by cement. I just want to know, was it explained to them that it wasn't literally cement, but that the sand had impacted and become as hard as cement? And then there was a reference made to an amicable solution that was reached with the land invaders. Can we find out what that amicable solution is? On slide 5, there is a percentage of suppliers, and I'd like to know what the local supplier percentage is, please. On slide 8, with the Isimangaliso partnerships, Isimangaliso, are they aware of how the staff at Isimangaliso feel that they are not sure of their job security, and what are they doing to address this fear of the Isimangaliso staff? And then how often does Isimangaliso actually meet with Isimangaliso at the moment? I see there is a forecast for 2022-23, but what is the actual meetings presently? And then the invasive aliens that we saw when we were doing our oversight inspection in December, the cassoreas. I'd like to know how much of that has been cleared. And then I'd also like to know what happens to the wood that is cleared, and any income that is generated from that wood. And then slide 11, there was reference made to fences that need to be or are being repaired. We were shown a number of fences that had already been repaired when we were there in January 2021. Was that not the whole park? Because I have also seen that there's a huge yard full of new fence poles. So I'd just like to know where those are going to be used. And then on slide 11, reference was made to special events that are promoted. And I would like to know what the cost is of the event that was recently held in Estuary for potential investors. And then the people and parks meetings. I'd like to know, do they include meetings with the farmers, both the small scale farmers and the commercial farmers? And I'd like to know how those meetings are advertised and where they are held. And then also, are there attendance registers for all the meetings that take place? And then the last question for Isimangaliso is, what is the current pass rate of the bursary beneficiaries? So that's all I've got for Isimangaliso. Then for SANBI, I don't have that many questions. I'd just like to congratulate you on the present state of the Harold Porter Gardens. I did an oversight visit there, and I really was very impressed with the state of those gardens. And then the Northwest is your one province where you have no botanical gardens. And I'd like to know what the plans are to bring a botanical garden to the Northwest, as that's the province that I'm from. And I would also like to know if I can have the list of the new botanical gardens that you are busy with or have planned. And then can you just explain to us what the wrench bequest is and what the projects are that the money is going to be spent on? Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Honorable Bryant, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I was covered quite a bit by my colleague, but just 2 points. The first one is the presenter, I can't remember if it was the CEO, the chair, can't remember, but mentioned around the occupation attempts that they'd come to an agreement with the community and that they had managed to stop the occupation attempts and that those attempts were no longer taking place. Does that mean that all of the occupations that had taken place up until then, all those people have left, or are there still people occupying the site? So it's quite a specific question. Are there still people occupying the areas that were invaded, or has everybody who was involved in those unlawful illegal occupations?
I seem to have lost.
Not sure, Chair. I think my signal's fine. Might be your side.
Yeah, fine. I can hear you.
Okay, marvelous. Thanks, Chair. No, Chair. I was just saying that. Just want to find out whether those people who had broken through and were occupying, if they are still there, or if they have indeed left as part of that amicable agreement. And then just for SANBI, I know there were a number of tariffs implemented in the past, and we had these sort of sliding scale tariffs for tourists and locals. And there was a discussion around increasing the tariffs for our foreign visitors. Is that still in place? What is the current tariff structure? I'm sorry if I did miss it. My sincere apologies. But where are we currently sitting with that? And are there any steps being taken to perhaps reduce the charges for entrance to some of these facilities? Some of them, particularly, I know Kirstenbosch Gardens, for instance, wonderful place to visit, beautiful garden, a little bit steep for people to attend there on a regular basis. So I was wondering if there are any moves that might be taken to reduce costs for locals further. Thank you.
Honorable Bryant, am I audible?
Jay, you're coming in and out, a little bit scratchy, here and there.
Chair.
Sorry, Tialeka is do you know if Honorable Modise is on the meeting?
He was earlier, Mr. Bryant. Let me try again, because the microphone is on and then she's got another device that she logged in with. Let me check. I'll get back to you.
Thanks.
Oh, she's rejoining now. Welcome back, Chair.
Yeah, I hand it over to Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I've stated this earlier in the Minister as well, and I'd like to know that how will we, the responsibility of conservation of our natural resources. These resources are not just natural resources, but they are also public resources. So one of the issues of conservation is that these communities, they either live close to these areas of conservation, as we've seen with the Kruger National Park, St. Lucia, all of these areas that need to be conserved. And the problem with conservation is that it has become regarded as an elitist concern, simply because local communities have been alienated from these spaces. And it's become they considered the preserve of privileged members of society, and protected in the same way they view protected areas as playgrounds for the privileged elite. So one of the challenges that we have with conservation is that it's not seen as a public resource, or these areas that need to be conserved are not seen as public resources, and therefore the public feels displaced from it and not their responsibility. Whereas these areas, as much as they are public resources and the public should benefit from it, also the protection and the conservation is a public responsibility. So I'd like to know, and it's become really obvious that not everyone has access to these parks, to these botanical gardens. So what is being done to make sure that the public feels part of this is also their responsibility and part of and something that they own? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Paulson. My apologies to call you Honorable Weber. From my side, I want to get clarity. I think there's a similar question for both Sandy and Isimangaliso. I would like to get the response, because in the light of the ongoing physical constraints, attention is therefore expected to shift yourselves as departmental entities that have revenue generating ability to raise your own revenue to sustain your operations. I've picked this in particular in the presentation of SANB that state that you're going to raise about 20% of your revenue from own sources. That does this amount vary from year to year, or is it constant? And then maybe let me take advantage and also ask this question, CEO of SANB. What is the infrastructural status of the National Zoological Gardens in the Pretoria currently? What is the status in relation to that? The chairperson of Isimangaliso started to respond to the media reports that the Isimangaliso heritage site boundary fence was hacked down in a new land invasion bid. And then I heard her talking about the court cases that went and ruled in favor of the Isimangaliso, the Wetland Park Authority. And then can we then get clarity as to what had actually happened? I understand this is how you have responded by going to court, but then how are you again going to prevent this from recurring? I'm raising it in relation to your various stakeholders forums that you've indicated that you are meeting them on you are meeting them regularly. Those are the issues that I wanted to raise from my side. We can then allow Isimangaliso to be the first one to respond. Then Sandy will come thereafter in that order. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In response to the question that has been asked by yourself, in line with the question that was asked earlier by a committee member, Phillips, I would like to respond by saying, now land invasion took place, and it was a very serious matter. And obviously, communities had to be engaged on a number of occasions. But when the situation got really worse, of course, there was a need to get support from SAPS. And so the matter was then ended up then going into court, where fortunately, Isimangaliso, were working together with Estuary, obviously, got an interdict, which then led to would-be invaders to stop invading the land. So the amicable solution that I mentioned in my presentation refers to the current situation where we see communities having totally stopped invading the land. But this did not just happen automatically. It was after a number of engagements. The CEO in particular with the team held a number of meetings with local communities, local authorities, explaining to communities the significance of protecting the land in perpetuity. With all those engagements, the communities at the moment do understand that it is in their best interest to protect the World Heritage Site. And the question that has been presented to us is how then are we going to stop this from recurring? The answer that I am presenting to this committee is that it is only through continuous engagement, because it is only then that we are able to really explain to local communities, and also, apart from just explaining, to indicate the benefits that they are getting, because at the moment there are a number of opportunities that have accrued from the activities that are happening within the World Heritage Site, and many people are benefiting from this. But unless these benefits are presented concretely to local communities, they then do not really feel as if they are benefiting. So it's continuous communication and also continuing to create opportunities for local communities to benefit from the activities of the park. I think that is how I will attempt to answer the question of how do we hope to stop this from recurring, and also how we have tried to come to an amicable solution with the local communities. But I will also request the CEO to add to what I have just said. The other question that was asked was about taking people to the estuary to show them that there was no cement that was there. Indeed, this happened. But again, I'll request the CEO to add, because he was on the ground when this happened. And so my answer is that yes, people were taken there so that they have first-hand information of what is there. But I believe that with this natural breaching that has happened, a number of challenges that we had will be solved. And the other question relates to the staff of Esimangaliso. It's on slide number 8. It's about staff of Esimangaliso. As far as I know, there are a number of consultations that have taken place, a number of them with various stakeholders that are involved in this process. And all stakeholders, including the unions, have come to an understanding that it is beneficial for all involved, that staff members are addressed properly, and all staff members now are aware that none of them will lose their jobs, as they have already been placed in positions that are available within Esimangaliso. Therefore, the fear of losing jobs has been taken care of, and all employees at the moment are actually, relieved in knowing that they will have their jobs. And of course, there will be those that have already reached their retirement age who will then go on retirement. But all those issues that relate to employees have been taken care of. And I will then request the CEO to address the question on the local supplier percentage and add to the trip that was taken with people to the mouth, and also respond to the question of the amount that was spent on the business summit. I think those are, and the question on the meetings with small scale and commercial farmers. I know for a fact that there are a number of meetings that have been held, but I would request the CEO to add on to that in terms of perhaps the number or the frequency of these meetings. Thank you, Chairperson. I request the CEO to add to what I've just said.
The CEO already?
Yes, I am, Chairperson.
Okay, proceed, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies in my greetings. I forgot to greet my Honorable Deputy Minister. Greetings to you. Apologies. I think the Chairperson has a number of questions which were asked by Honorable Phillips around the issue of the land invasion. But if there are areas where she still feels that we need to comment, we can comment. But generally speaking, yes, the issue of land invasion, we have engaged with the local leadership and discussed quite a number of issues. And it must be mentioned that it's not everyone. It's quite a complex issue, and it's not everyone who was excited about the invasion, but it was a certain group. Obviously, other people followed suit. Some of them did not even know what they were following, but it's just that it was an opportunity of invading, and they did, just like we saw in the issue of the issues that were happening in Durban and other areas, the looting issue. But generally speaking, there is that arrangement between leadership, the local Nkosi Mkhwanazi, and the team that he appointed from the people who were invading. And we've held a meeting, we clarified a number of issues. Some of the issues, as you've correctly indicated, Honorable Phillips, was that there was that perception that Futulolu does not belong to the state. So therefore, it's up for grabs. So we had to provide them with the Gazette notice and the proclamation to demonstrate that. And the second issue, as you've correctly said, was the issue that there is a cement wall that has been built. So when we took them there, the issue was to demonstrate that that is not there. But I must say, in as much as you're indicating that, did we tell them that the June has compacted to almost equivalent to cement? The issue that we're dealing with here was the misconception that was created amongst the members of the community, and the approach and the intention was to deal with that. And as soon as they got into the estuary, they saw for themselves that there was no physical wall. Therefore, it really eased up a lot of tension. And when they went back to report, it changed the situation drastically. So the focus in this point was to say there is, in terms of the dune being compacted to the cement, I think we are all aware that there is a report that the minister is working on, and we will then deal with that on how do we deal with issues of that nature going forward once we have finalized that process. So the issue of the amicable solution, as Honorable Philip was asking, is basically something which says we have now realized that all that we've been told is not true. Now we've got the facts and we've also seen for ours. So that is where it is, and that is why you're not hearing anything around invasion, because the misconceptions have now been clarified and cleared clearly. The issue of the local suppliers that you were asking about, maybe let's just give you that information in writing, because we don't have I don't have access to the database yet, but we will get that information just to indicate the issue of the percentage. The chairperson of the board has talked to the issue as the staff that we've consulted, and we've been with them themselves, the employees, we've been with organized labor. So that issue, I think, has been dealt with. Of course, there will be those issues because people have been in the area for quite some time, and all of a sudden they need to rethink or relocate. So there will be those issues, but the manner in which it was addressed by myself and the CEO did really address those fears that job security is guaranteed. The issue of the invasive aliens, the Kasserine and Kula that you're talking about, I'm sure you're aware that there is that Kasserine which is next to the estuary. There is a contractor as we speak who's currently on site dealing with the issue of the removal of those Kasserine. What we do with that wood in particular, we leave it there to stabilize the dune so that we don't have the dune blocking the river or any other thing. So we leave it there for conservation to do exactly that exercise. I'm sure we all know that Kasserine for a very long time has been used as a conservation tool to manage dunes, although not very effectively, but it does contribute to a certain extent in terms of stopping dunes from causing unnecessary problems. The fence that you talked, the park in general has a number of fences that it repairs and maintains, be it from people who may have cut the fence for maybe poaching. It could also be an issue of a fence rotten, because remember, Isimangaliso is a wetland park. Most of the areas that we fence are wet. So in as much as the fence is galvanized, it does get to a point where the fence gets corroded and require ongoing maintenance. So the fences that you saw are fences that we use to repair those areas where we see that it's either the fence has been there for quite some time and it needs to be replaced, or there are areas that need to be mended, or there are areas that have really gone too old and require assistance or attention or some level of attention. In terms of the summit, had it not been for support that we have because of the relationship that we've brokered with a number of entities like your TKZN, KwaZulu-Natal Tourism, as well as the TIC, the Trade and Investment, including ISPA itself. It would have cost us a lot of money, because if we look at it, for instance, it was going to cost us in a tune of about 1 million. But in terms of our expenditure to date, in fact, the cost that we've incurred, it's 500,000, because a lot of costs has been provided for in kind by these other provincial departments, and ISPA itself discounted the venue. To us, we ended up paying 170,000 for 250 delegates and all the other services that they rendered to us. So it ended up being very cheap for us, because we only spent 500,000, given the fact that the other amounts were sorted by the other by the other partners that we work with. In terms of the people in parks, as you will probably recall, it is a structure that was developed to respond in the main originally to the issues of people who have claimed land that is managed by ourselves as conservation entities. And People in Parks was then created to say, how do they participate? How do they benefit in the proceeds of these protected areas that we manage, or the commercial activities that we are running in the parks? So it did not go as wide as farmers. Therefore, that is why if you look at People in Parks, you will not find farmers because they are not land claimants and they are not chairpersons or members of the trusts for the land claims that have been lodged or even settled around the park. In terms of the registers, yes, we do have the registers. We do have the minutes as well. How do we publicize the meetings? We send the invitation to the People in Parks structure, because there is a structure that is in place. It's the same structure that attended the National People in Parks Conference in Joburg recently. It then communicates with its members who then do attend those meetings. As I said, it's chairpersons, it's representatives of the trusts. They then go back to their trusts, who then report back to their constituencies in the form of the group of land claimants. So that is the pass rate of students last year, because it was a crop of students who had already understood the system, it was 91%. But we always keep it at 75% to accommodate the new entrants who are still struggling with the language barrier, the environment, and so on. And we say 75%. So we do our level best to make sure that at least out of those students that we are taking in, 75% is giving us those results. But last year, as I said, in direct response to your question, it was 91%. Honorable Bryant, you were asking whether are there still people occupying the site? No, there is no one occupying the site as we speak, as I indicated earlier on. Honorable Paulson, you've asked about the issue of conservation not being perceived or looked at as a public resource, but for the elite. That is not the case anymore in the protected areas that we manage. If you look at the APP, for instance, we've got a number of people that we grant or provide free access to the park, and we've got paying visitors. So this then deals with that aspect to make sure that in as much as we also want to generate revenue, but to make sure that the park is seen as a public resource and is seen as theirs, especially those who can afford understanding the socio-economic issues prevailing in the parks that we manage, or to communities abutting the protected areas that we manage. We then have in our APP that number which allows people free access. But generally speaking, if you come to St. Lucia, for instance, we've got other sites like your Jabula Beach, where you don't have to pay any money. We're working on improving the infrastructure. We've seen that we're repairing the ablutions, and we've got the showers. We've got the solar lights now. We've also worked on a bit on the roads, just to make sure that even those who may not go to Cape Vidal, but if they come to Jabula Beach, they can still access it with their sedan. They can still have a decent shower. They can still have decent ablution blocks. So that is what we're doing to make sure that these parks are seen to be parks for all of us. Over and above that, as I said earlier on, Chairperson, we don't only create employment, but we also create business opportunities for the same communities, which is why they see themselves as part of these areas that we're managing, because for repairs and maintenance works and some construction work that we do in the park, most of it is done by people coming from local communities. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I have covered all the questions. If not, we are happy to still attend to them. Thank you.
Can Sanbi respond as well?
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. We appreciate the appreciation that was extended by Honorable Felix on Harry Potter. We would want also other gardens to also be as exquisite, if I may use that, as that one and the others as well. The question that the Honorable Phillips asked on Northwest, yes, we are pursuing the new garden in Northwest, working with the Northwest Parks Board and other relevant state institutions. The process has been a bit slower than what we thought it would be, but we are still pursuing that. We do have the National Botanical Gardens expansion strategy, which also, as part of the elements, would want presence in all the provinces, number one. Number two, amongst many other factors, to make sure that all the biomes in South Africa are well represented. There are many other things that we use as part of the criteria for the choice of the different areas. So yes, it will be, if it goes according to what we want and what we had proposed earlier, probably around Rustenburg or any other area. But we can update later on as the new developments come our way. The list of the new botanical gardens is only two. One is in Limpopo, in Twendo. It used to be a provincial managed botanical garden for a number of years. And then Minister has declared it as a national botanical garden last year. And therefore, we've taken over that, then be part of what SANBI will manage within its mandate and the list of portfolio. The other one is Kolecha. It's in the north of East London, 16 kilometers north of East London, but let's just say it's in East London. So that is the one for the Eastern Cape along the coastline. It provides a unique vegetation types and unique experiences. So it's getting off the ground. That's why we referred to infrastructure development in both these gardens as new gardens that are coming on board. And then the rest is what is known. Colleagues would also come in on the range bequest. I think we refer to it because there are people who, I don't want to say donate, but they give their money officially, legally so, to say when they pass on, this percentage of their estate would then go to support the work of botanical gardens or any other conservation cause. In this case, then for Sanbi, Kirstenbosch, and related work, John Ranch then got to do the same. So that money it's used for a number of activities in line with what was intended for. It has supported a lot of young people through the John Ranch Kirstenbosch Scholarship Fund, whether those that are doing postgrads that we referred to earlier on benefited from this for a number of years. There are learning opportunities for young people coming into the garden who, under normal circumstances, would not afford to come on their own for learning purposes. There's a learning center, Joanne Ranch Learning Center at Kirstenbosch. So are other facilities that are supported through this fund. Make sure that we don't deplete and as it gains interest and we use portions on a number of years, of course, working with National Treasury, we use this money to support what was intended for. Honorable Brandt, you referred to the tariff structure. We understand there, as the CFO had indicated, it's differentiated even in gardens for locals, depending on what that gardens offer, the input costs associated with that, and so are other criteria that we use to determine the pricing structure. There is a lot of maintenance that is required. Of course, the main principle is to make sure, as you have indicated, Honorable Brandt, that the issue of access and making sure that things are not overpriced beyond what people can afford in terms of access. We keep on looking at that as well as we do the reviews on an annual basis. Of course, the admission fee specifically is varied for adults, students, children. There are different amounts. But we also offer what we call free access for seniors or senior citizens on Tuesdays, which also assists a lot for those that would want to access. There are also other differentiated fees for different events and different areas as well. But that principle also applies across the board. We take that into consideration because we want to offer the best experiences possible, but they don't come cheap. But also on the other hand, you need money also from domestic visitors. To that extent, we've since, as the CFO indicated, introduced a different pricing structure for international visitors, and that in itself also would alleviate and support the quality of input that we need to provide to sustain these gardens. Honorable Chair, we on an year-on-year, I think CFO would come in here on own sources. We look at a number of areas. It doesn't stay the same every year, but own revenue would be a factor of a number of things. The external environment also has an influence. Some of the things change external beyond our control after we have put in the targets. But we look at a number of things and what we project in the external environment, and even the different areas and opportunities that we see opening up internationally and otherwise for resource mobilization perspective. So hence the number may vary, but we do want to maintain at least reasonably conservatively or reasonably 10% increase on own revenue, as in what we think we can largely control, but then the resource mobilization adds on from the partnerships and the other things that we also look at, and the CFO may want to come in. Honorable Chair, you asked a question about the current infrastructure status of the NZG. We took over the NZG some few years ago. Part of what we did was to look at the gaps from an infrastructure and other perspectives. But in this case, from infrastructure, we realized that most of the facilities that we have are very, very old, maybe also close to or more than 100 years old. And then we put up a program, I think hence our reference to the PPP, working with the GTEC, National Treasury, Public Works, as well as partners in pursuing opportunities that would attract investments on key infrastructure in there to offer more and more diverse tourism, domestic tourism experiences. We're also pursuing the upgrades in different areas. If Honorable Chair may have visited recently, would have seen that there are a number of zones that have been beneficiaries of this support that we received through the department to roll out that infrastructure. We're also pursuing other areas associated with the parking, with the access facilities or access areas. It's a list of a number of things that we are pursuing. Some of them have already been done, and some of them are still coming in the pipeline. So the infrastructure is not what we want it to be currently. Hence, all these investments that we are putting on board to enhance the experiences in the zoological garden. I will check if my team members, CFO, Kamal, Elliot, if there's anything that I've left out that you would want to come through for, then please do so now.
Thank you, CEO. I think you've covered all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, do we have follow-ups on the two presentations? I see two hands, Honorable Paulson and Honorable Phillips, in that order. Honorable Paulson, over to you. Honorable Paulson, the platform is yours.
Chair, I think that might be a historical hand, and Honourable Paulson is not with us anymore.
To you, Honourable Phillips, can you proceed?
Thank you so much, Chair, and I'd like to thank you for the explanation of the people in the parks. However, my question about the farmers was not answered. So even if it wasn't the people in parks, my information is that the last meeting that was held with the farmers, both small scale and large scale, was in March 2021. Now, that is one of the reasons that has led to the land invasion. So if you're not talking to the people who are invading, then how can you prevent the problem? The amicable solution that you refer to is talking to people, but that's what you've been doing for years now, and it didn't stop the people from moving onto the land. The other thing I just wanted to highlight is that although the mouth is breached, the level of the Umfolozi has actually risen, and there's even more flooding now than there was before. So this constant flooding is an issue that is being raised with Isimangaliso at the meetings, but you didn't address it until it became really volatile. So my question is, why have these interaction meetings with the community, because it just seems to be a tick box exercise from that side. When there is an actual problem, like the people have got at the moment, it just gets kicked down the road constantly. We can't keep kicking the plight of the residents of St. Lucia down the road. And I don't think that any amicable solution was actually put on the table here to us. My colleague asked if there are any of the invaders still actually living on the area, or have they all left? And I might have missed that, but I don't think it was answered. So I would like to have that answer. And yes, I agree that the land invasions are often used by opportunistic people, but there are a lot of desperate people in your community who've invaded because they are desperate and because their cries have not been heard. So thank you so much, Chair, for that opportunity to raise the follow-up question.
Thank you so much, Honorable Phillips. We have talked about this issue, and I'm glad that Isimangaliso has addressed it in their slide 16 there on developing a joint outreach program to ensure that education and awareness programs are brought to schools, particularly those in rural and township areas. I don't see it coming clearly on the SANB presentation. Then that's the issue, because we wanted to understand the progress that you are making to develop programs to expose rural schools to the opportunities available and provide bursaries to fight poverty, inequality, and unemployment. So we want to commend Isimangaliso, because you've responded to our call, but we don't see this on the part of the SANB. Is there any reason why? Maybe SANParks, because the Marine Living Resource Fund also is part of the questions that we need to get clarity on. SANParks, as and when they present, they will have to deal with that. It's a follow-up question back to SANB to say why then has been our recommendation not yet implemented thus far, and we don't see it in any of your APPs, whereas we have been dealing with this matter over the past year to that effect. Back to you, colleagues from Isimangaliso first, then SANB will come later based on the follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In response to whether I'm sorry, Honorable Chairperson, it sounds as if the CEO is responding.
He was trying to respond as well.
Yes, I'll give him the opportunity to do so.
Later. Are you giving it to him now, or are you finishing first so that he can respond?
Let me finish and I'll let him respond, because he's mainly on the ground, particularly on the issue of whether the invaders are still there or not. From where I stand and from what I know, they are no longer there, and there is no invasion activity that is carrying on at this point in time. But I will allow the CEO, who's continuously on the ground, to respond to this one. Regarding the water levels, yes, Isimangaliso has done a number of, there are a number of programs that have been presented here, as the Honorable Chairperson has indicated, outreach programs. Now, Isimangaliso is aware that it cannot really solve all these problems on its own. A multi-stakeholder approach is required here. So in addition to talking to communities, but we do need to work with other state organs in order to try and solve this problem, because it is beyond Isimangaliso alone. Isimangaliso can do so far, but there is a need to work together with other stakeholders to ensure that we really give support to small-scale farmers as well as large-scale farmers. I will then hand over through you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll hand over to the CEO to add to what I've just said.
CEO, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I think I've had questions from Honorable Phillips. The first one was to indicate that the last meeting we had with the farmers was in March 2021. Some of it, as far as she's concerned, is more of a tick box and so on and so on. I think I know, and I do know that Honorable Phillips knows very well that it's not a tick box. We do take all our stakeholders very seriously, especially because the survival and existence of Isimangaliso largely depends on how best we manage issues of the stakeholders surrounding the park or even living inside the park. Now, with regards to the issue of the farmers, let me address it specifically. When I came in here as the CEO in 2018, the first thing that was on my table was the court interdict. So it was the court ruling, the High Court ruling against the farmers in favor of Isimangaliso. We met and we discussed how we are going to resolve that issue so that we don't have a winner and a loser in the process, but we have a win-win kind of a situation. And we agreed on that operation, in fact, on that arrangement. We then proceeded to a point where I even went to the sugar mill myself and addressed the farmers. Those meetings culminated into them nominating people who were going to represent them in the committee meetings that we were holding with communities in respect of the issue of the estuary. It carried on up to a point where we held a symposium. And the farmers were with us, even in the issue of the COVID. The minister will recall that we were even reporting that the sugar mill supported us with sugar and other food parcels, which were distributed to the destitute families. That's the kind of relationship that we have with farmers. The only thing that stalled the issue of continuous engagement was after we had conducted the artificial breaching and there was a group of scientists who were against our action. And at that point in time, an independent panel was appointed to come and investigate and look into a number of issues around what we did. Now, part of the methodology or the process of that was to engage with different stakeholders on whether Isimangaliso has consulted, engaged with them, and what their issues are, what factors they want to bring to the attention of the panel. Now, Isimangaliso could then not engage with a number of stakeholders, especially around the issue of the mouth, purely on the basis that the exercise would then not be objective, in a sense that we would be seen to be influencing the responses by the farmers or any other stakeholders. That is why we did not engage, and we will go back now once everything is finalized in terms of this report and reignite that relationship. But it doesn't mean that it has gone dead. We've just met with some of them recently where we've discussed a number of issues, in particular an issue of how are we going to go forward, wherein we address them to say, no, it's not that we have deserted you, but we are awaiting the finalization of this report and then we'll resume our activities. So I just want to reconfirm once again, Honorable Phillips, that Isimangaliso is still in the game and is still in the same tone in terms of engaging with all the stakeholders, because we do take them seriously, whether they are small-scale farmers, whether they are commercial farmers, for us, they are stakeholders and we do take them seriously. That's what it is. The issue of the constant flooding that you are referring to is the issue that has always been raised, hence the symposium. The issue that people who are invading Futululu are invading it because of the challenge that they have. It is true to a certain extent, but as you have correctly agreed to, there are also elements of criminality in the process. But the fact that we have now engaged with them, we have taken them on site, we have given them the information. This, I agree with you, would have been prevented if we were not, if I may say, we were not stopped, but we did not take an approach of hands-off in terms of engaging with them, because we did not want to be seen to be influencing what will be the outcome of the report. We wanted it to be as independent as possible. But once again, I just want to assure you that in the symposium, it was agreed that the system needs assistance. We need to work collaboratively, and we agreed on that. And we are still on that course of working together with all our stakeholders, because we do understand that the existence of this park in the main relies on us engaging with them accordingly. In terms of the last question, which you did not hear, I did respond to say, remember we have the court interdict. The court interdict says no one must go there. So if there were people, we would have arrested them. If there are people who are still going there, because we are still patrolling the area, our field rangers are going to let us know, and action is going to be taken against those people because they would have contravened the court interdict. But the engagement that I've had with Nkosi and the committee selected from the same people who were protesting, we parted ways from a very positive note, and there is now a full understanding in terms of what is happening. We are yet now to go to the full public meeting to explain what we resolved between ourselves as Isimangaliso and that committee. So once again, Chairperson, I just want to reiterate, when Isimangaliso engages with the stakeholders, we're not ticking the box. We're doing it genuinely, and we do it genuinely so. Thank you very much.
Sandy, thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We have taken and prioritized this area of work. I did refer to the range scholarship fund, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's 5 million or so into that for the coming year. We also have what we call working with the department and funded through the department, but hosted by ourselves, the Work Integrated Learning program. So those young people that would require a year of experience to conclude or finalize their studies, especially from universities of technology, we would take them on board, and that is also one of them. The other issue is the Pool Sevenza. I referred to 1,050 interns, but this one targets unemployed graduates, especially from rural areas, who will then be subjected to a working opportunity or opportunities for 3 years with an incubation and mentoring program to ensure that they can move into work environment with ease. So there are programs associated with that, and we are working on, and we'll start implementing that from this financial year. On top of that, there are postgraduate bursaries that we continue to offer, and will continue as such, especially from the bequest support and other support. Internship program will still continue. So are programs for children, as I referred to. Part of the money and the support that we provide is for those disadvantaged children or kids that would not on their own be able to visit botanical gardens, of course, with the range bequest in the Cape area that supports, and we're looking for others to partner with us in that process. The last one, Chairperson, in this area, our investment in the career program. I think we see it as an investment to human capital development for the sector itself, and also an investment into the future. So this area, Chair, we take it very seriously, and those are the investments that we are making, and the reporting also in numbers of what we spend, and also in numbers of the beneficiaries in that regard, along with what the Honorable Chair had indicated. Thank you very much.
Follow-up, CEO. Are you able to report like what Isimangaliso has done to say these are the numbers of schools in the rural and in the township that we've reached out to create awareness, including the education programs? Are you able to bold this? You can forward that information to us. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We are able to do that, Chair. We'll look at it over a period of time.
I don't see any other hands. Seems as if you have adequately responded to the issues as raised. Thank you, Chairperson of SANB. Thank you, Chairperson of Isimangaliso, and together with both senior management team.
Thank you, Honorable.
Then can we have a 10 minutes comfort break so that we can then proceed with the next business of the day? 10 minutes comfort breaks. It's 16:32, 16:42, we are starting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you going to need us, Chairperson?
You are released if you want to go.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
in the morning, the minister was trying to call you to respond to some of the things. I see the chair, we were told she's not well, but she's here in the meeting. Welcome, Chairperson.
Afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you.
And I see some board members as well. They are here in numbers since morning. I saw Ms. Mayatullah Koza. I saw Ms. Friedman, to mention the few. That's the one that I saw since morning. And then welcome CEO and senior management team. It's your time, Chairperson, to introduce the strategy. I see the microphone of Ms. Mayatullah Koza. It's on. She might be the one that's going to do that. I don't know. Over to you, Team SANParks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, good afternoon. I'm not feeling so well, but I thought let me attend today's session. Let me also greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister, the DG, other chairs present, and colleagues that are in attendance. We are, in terms of our delegation, we have the chairpersons of our committees that are in attendance. We've made it a standard practice when we present the APP chairperson that we get the board members responsible for the various portfolios to come and attend. So that's why they're here. You've noted Mayor Mayatullah Koza and Ms. Friedman. There's also Ms. Zux Ramasia, and who's responsible for the tourism portfolio, as well as Mr. Mashele, who is responsible for the ARC. We are also joined by you switch on his microphone. We are also joined, Chairperson, by the acting CE, who is accompanied by Ms. Jill, who is from the strategy session, and as well as the acting CFO. At the end of last month, we lost the CFO. The CFO. The CFO is acting CEO, and at the end of last month, we lost to the Department of Justice the acting CFO. Hence, we've got a new CFO who will be introduced in due course. Just to say, Chair, that a couple of things. The acting CE will make the presentation. I thought maybe I should just mention a couple of points with regard to the background to the APP. That it is substantially has not changed from the previous one. However, there are certain things that we would like to raise, and that are both as part of the context and some other changes that we've made to the APP. To start with, I think it is a known fact that we are operating in a constrained environment, given the fact that the tourism business has been affected by COVID. And this has affected our ability to deliver on some of our objectives. But it has significantly affected our revenue base. But I must say, Chair, on a positive note, we're starting to see an improvement in that regard. And we're hoping that, notwithstanding the fact that the tourism industry is, according to WTO, will be recovering fully in 2025, we're starting to see an increase in our occupancy, and we hope that stays that way, because then things will start operating much better. We've also, Chairperson, as a new board, I think we're not a new board anymore now, and we can't make that excuse. Or as a board, started work around what we call Vision 2040. because we believe that there is a need to get all South Africans as well as our staff and galvanize support in the work that we do, because we do believe that national parks that we are responsible for are an important part of our natural and cultural heritage, that our job as an entity is to look after those on behalf of the rest of the nation, not just for current generations, but for future generations. So we want to, in this coming year, also be running a process which we would come to, at an appropriate time, would want to get the participation or the input from Parliament of what that vision looks like. So that's one of the important things that we want, that is going on behind the scenes around this. The third issue, if I may, Chair, relates to the issue of land claims, especially around the Kruger National Park. The committee would recall that we had been, I think before our time, you visited the Kruger, and then you had hearings sometime in November last year. And there was a plan that you would come to the Kruger National Park. I think that's still in your plans, that we have at board level taken this issue up and had established an ad hoc committee which is been involved in negotiating and addressing some of the challenges that communities face with regard to land claims. We've done quite substantive work in this regard, Chairperson, and at an appropriate time, we will also be reporting to Parliament on how far have we gone, but we've taken quite serious strides in that regard. Just in the presentation, we will cover some of the areas that are new, other than what I've just said. But safe to say, Chair, that there's issues around, we've started bringing in issues around the work of the high-level panel. We've brought to the fore a little bit more on climate issues and climate change adaptation, more than we had before, though it might not appear like it's something that is new, because we had planned to do some vulnerability assessments before, but the board has taken a view that this is a serious issue, and I'm sure events of the last week have also brought this matter as to the fore. So we are also strengthening that. And then thirdly, we are also looking at strengthening our own capability as an organization, both in terms of our culture of performance, ability to deliver or capability to deliver, as well as strengthening our marketing and communication as an entity. You would note that, and we understand this, Honorable Chairperson, that a lot of people are concerned about the fate of our national parks. And oftentimes there's often an article or two in newspapers where people write about the things that we said. The same applies to social media. So we've decided that this is an important issue, and we want to take an integrated approach and a proactive manner, try and make sure that as part of our APP, we elevate integrated communication in this regard. We are concerned about the issue of poaching. Various efforts are being, rhino poaching rather, are being put in place to make sure that we minimize this as much as possible, but this is an issue that we've also been, we are concerned about. And lastly, Chair, would be the issue of safety around our parks and also customer service. These are some of the things that we are concerned about, and this APP would seek to address those as we implement in the year. Without further ado, Chairperson, let me hand over to the acting CEO to then take us through the presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a good afternoon to Honorable Chair, members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the SANParks board, and also board of other entities, as well as colleagues who are actually joining on this call. I will try to save bandwidth because of load shedding, switch off my video, but I will continue to present, and I will share the presentation from my side.
So KCE.
Some sharing. Is it visible?
Yes, it is. Proceed.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will skip the slide on the our mandate, the vision, as well as the mission. I thought I might speak a little bit about this particular slide. And the reason for it is that, Honorable Chair, the presentation itself has been organized according to the outcome goals of the organization, which are actually indicated in this particular slide. The Chairperson actually alluded to the fact that as much as we're still reporting on the current strategy, but we're busy with the Vision 2040 and the new strategic direction that we're taking as an organization, which now will form shape of new goals going forward. We then link these particular goals to broader strategic goals of the country, in particularly what was shared by the President during the State of the Nation address. And these are the priorities that are actually linked to that, both for the department as well as the organization, which are covered in this particular two slides. I won't deal with them in details, Honorable Chair, because they are actually dealt with within each outcome goals. So I'm going to kick off with the outcome goal number 1, which deal with sustainable conservation. As you know, Honorable Chair and members, that the issue of conservation.
Your slides, Dumisani, still seeing the covering page here.
Oh, they haven't moved?
Yeah, can you put them on the full slide scale, please?
Okay, they are on the full slide on my side. Can you see, because I'm on the outcome goal number 1, it still hasn't moved.
No, the cover and some 3 slides on the side of the actual cover and slide 2 and 3, but they are not visible.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and try to reshare again, Chair.
Or can you ask Nicholas to do that for you as the co-host?
I can send it to you.
He's busy. Nicholas is trying to do that for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Nicholas, if you can move to slide number 9, I will appreciate, because that's where I was. Thank you very much. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are. Proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. Chair, it's one of the key things as an organization, as SANParks, is the expansion of protected areas in South Africa. As you know that currently we actually look after about 67% of protected areas within South Africa, and we continue to contribute towards global conservation by adding more land, which will be under the management of the organization. In 2019-2020, we added about 136,000 hectares of land. And I think at that particular point in time, we could add more land because of the ability of the organization to be able to generate more revenue as these were during the pre-COVID times. Last year, it dropped to about 6,400 hectares of land. And again, because of some of the money that were actually prioritized in order to make sure that the organization has been sustainable. In this current financial year, we are actually planning to add another additional 4,000 hectares of land, as well as 8,000 in the following year, as well as the other year. And we believe this is how the organization contributes to global conservation in terms of management of protected areas. In relation to the effective and efficient management of national park, we are using MET assessment, and there are a number of national park that have not achieved the minimum 67 score which is actually required, and those are to be reassessed, obviously based on the action plan that is being implemented by the organization. And we are confident that with all the action that we have put in place, we should be able to achieve this together with marine protected areas that need to be assessed through a MET score. Okay. Then this is a new indicator, Honorable Chair, which has to do with the implementation of policies supporting the high-level panel report that was commissioned by the Minister. So SANParks will be contributing to the implementation and supporting of this particular policy. Our focus will be in relation to elephant, rhinos, lions, as well as leopard. So we have developed an implementation plan, which we are actually planning to at least implement about 70% of the activities that are included in that particular plan. Obviously, then we will then review this over the years to increase it in such a way that it's in line with the implementation that is led by the department. The degraded ecosystem rehabilitation is quite critical. In the previous financial year, we'd actually done about 4,000 of these. You will see that, Honorable Chair, we've more than doubled it for this new financial year, and we are planning to keep it the same even in the next 3 years of MTF in terms of rehabilitating the degraded land. The follow-up has also been increased with 142,400, which is high from the 69,200 that we had in the previous financial year, which will then take this to about 521,000 square meters or hectares by the end of the 5-year, which will be the implementation of the strategic plan. The number of degraded wetland also have been increased for this particular year, moving from 5,100 in the previous financial year to about 5,600 cubic meters for the new financial year that we've started, and this will take it to a cumulative of 27,250 wetland that will have been rehabilitated by the end of the 5th year. If you can move to the next slide. So climate change is becoming a really pressing issue. So what we have done, we've been actually doing a number of assessments individually in our parks, which we have actually developed what I would call many strategies, which have now been consolidated into a total strategy at an organizational level. So what we've done in the previous financial year, we had a draft preparedness strategy, which now we are planning to have it approved. And with this, Honorable Chair, 2 of the park will be subject to a vulnerability assessment, which will be taking place in the new financial year. Our plan is to make sure that by the end of the 5th year, at least more than 8 parks would have been done by this particular point in time. We have also will be developing a template, which is critical as to actually support the implementation plan of the climate change preparedness strategy. And if you combine this with the green energy strategy, which have been approved by the board, 4 of the initiatives will plan to be implemented in the new financial year. If the funding allow us, one of the key things, the objective that we want is that some of the rest camp will be running on full solar. And we believe this in this way will be contributing to much greener environment as well as atmosphere within the areas around the national parks. The number of cultural assessment is also quite critical, Honorable Chair. We have actually, in the past 2 years, we've done about 3 parks which have been assessed, and we've actually started with the biggest one because this is where we believe that actually complex assets which really requires to be brought into our books. This is actually has increased even the cultural asset values within our balance sheet. And in this year under review, we also done an additional 2 parks. And in this new financial year, which we are presenting this APP, there are further parks which have actually been planned, which is West Coast as well as Ochrabis National Park. We believe that we'll be able to do each and every 2 parks for the next subsequent year. And again, we would have loved to do more than what we can, but we actually completing this as the funding allows, Honorable Chair. So in terms of the framework of improving the cultural heritage, this is again a new indicator where we have actually developed an implementation plan, and we are planning to make sure that 90% of the activities that are included in that particular plan will be implemented by the end of the financial year. In terms of the next slide. The issue of rhino, the chairperson have actually touched upon it. It's becoming very much critical. EXCO has just concluded a strategy on rhino. You will note that there's 2-pronged. One is to make sure that we deal with issues of poaching, which I will deal with it in the key performance indicators below. But this specific one, it deals with increasing the population, and our target is to make sure that the death rate of rhinos, it's lower than the birth rate. And in areas like Ado Elephant Park, we've already put in place some measures which are supported by the Rhino Impact Board that we've actually concluded with the World Bank, where we'll be increasing our rhinos in all other parks by 4%. But because of the nature of Kruger National Park, which is quite big, that target is actually set at 0.5%, growing to 1%, then 1.5% in year 3 of the MTF period. In terms of a contribution to improve wildlife population, in particularly African range state sustain, there's a number of animals that actually have been planned to be delivered. Unfortunately, in the previous financial year, we had to deliver about 89 animals, but we couldn't deliver them because this Park Foundation, which usually supports the translocation of these animals, which is the most expensive part, more than really taking them from the national park, reduced their initial commitment due to the financial constraint on their side. But we will be on track for this new financial year to be able to deliver about 40 rhinos in Zinave National Park in Mozambique. And there are no targets that are set for the subsequent years. Number of rhinos poached in Kruger National Park. In the previous financial year, we've been able to reduce this number to below 500 in the last 2 years. And in this year under review, our target was to reduce it to about 230, less than 230. We're busy tallying the numbers to establish what is the final number, and the new target is about 175. We believe that with all the measures that we have in place, we are slowly winning the battle against the rhino poaching. We've been very fortunate that the poaching in all other parks we haven't lost any rhino, and we want to keep the target to not losing more than 5 rhinos in those particular national parks. And again, Honorable Chairperson, is because of the size of those other national parks, which make it easy to implement security measures, as well as all other efforts to combat rhino poaching, which is much better than Kruger National Park. And again, because of the size of that particular park, it really makes it difficult to be effective as much as the other alpaca. In terms of the elephant, again, only about 15 elephants were poached in the previous financial year. And our target is not to lose more than 40 animals in the new financial year, and that figure is cumulated to about 180 over the next 5 years, Honorable Chair. If you can move to the next slide. So I'm now under the second goal, which is improving tourism. So percentage improvement in customer satisfaction is quite critical, Honorable Chairperson. In 2018-2019, we had about 80.9 customer satisfaction index, which has grown to about 82 in 1920. Obviously, it went down in 2021 mainly because of COVID. But the plan is to improve this by 0.5, so which is 0.5 of the last one of 82%, which happened in 2019-2020. And one of the key areas that we have actually analyzed, where do most of our complaints come from? And we've realized mainly of them are coming from infrastructure-related issues, and this is what we are actually addressing so that then we can have an improvement in the customer satisfaction survey. Also, increasing the number of visitors is quite critical. As you will know that in 2019-20, we had about 6.3 million visitors, which were actually dropping to about 1.996 in 2020-21, which is the year where we were hit by COVID. In 2021-22, the year that we just concluded, we are seeing the signs of recovery because for the first time after COVID, our visitor numbers have actually surpassed 3 million. And we are actually planning to have a target of having a 20% increase going forward. Obviously, there are a number of activities that will actually contribute towards us achieving this particular target. Chairperson has actually touched on the percentage increase in accommodation occupancy. If you're looking at pre-COVID, we're sitting at about 69.4%, which has actually dropped to about 29.4% during the years of COVID. Obviously, with seeing a slow recovery, we are seeing those numbers actually growing. And we are planning to have a 10% increase in the new financial year over than the base that we had in the previous financial year. Tourism products are quite critical in really increasing the experience of our visitors who come to our national park. We have actually planned for this particular financial year to introduce about 7 tourism products, which will be implemented in the new financial year. I must indicate, Chairperson, that we've been seeing a different concerning trend with regards to the PPP opportunities that we are advertising. I mean, for example, in this past financial year, as much as we wanted to implement about 10 concessionaire opportunities, but we've been able to implement about 4, which including schools, a golf club, Apostle Beatrice Boutique, Wilderness Eco boat ferries, as well as treehouse projects in Shingwezi, a part of the Kruger National Park. We have not received bids, which is quite strange for some of the opportunities that we have actually advertised in Table Mountain Commercial Treetop Adventure, in Ado Bushbrae, Dinosaur Center in Golden Gate, and many other opportunities that we've actually advertised. So this has actually prompted as an organization to actually hold an investment summit on the 31st of March, which was very successful, where we really invited a number of investors to be able to understand what kind of opportunities the SANParks have in the pipeline. And during this particular investment summit, we've been able to showcase more than 100 opportunities. And we believe that there will be a developed interest where we can then be able to deliver more tourism products being supported by the private sector. Improve tourism performance is quite critical. That's why you will see there's a new indicator of integrated marketing communication plan with approved number of intervention. This is very, very critical, especially targeting the international market, which have actually been slow. This is what we're really targeting to actually revive in this new financial year, and not underscoring the support that we've been receiving from the domestic market. And we are grateful for really South African people who have supported SANParks during the time where we hit most by the COVID. During in this particular communication plan, there will be 4 integrated communication intervention that will be implemented, which is also a new target. So in addition to this, one of the things that we've actually realized that we could be lacking behind as an organization, if you're comparing with the offering in the private sector, is the issue of hospitality service standard. And that's why many of our hospitality managers are actually being put into our hotel schools, where we learn about the number of hospitality standards which the organization have to maintain. And we are busy with a framework which we will be implementing as an organization, and which will audit every rest camp against and make sure that we're really improving on the hospitality standard throughout all our national park. If you can move to the next slide. So responsible tourism auditing framework is quite critical. We've been saying for a number of years that SANParks is actually running a responsible tourism and operations, which means that our tourism operation have less impact on the environment which is within the parks. But this is not going to be what we really say as by way of commitment. This particular framework will help now to actually provide guidelines, but not only guidelines, but then there will be a number of parks that will be audited against this particular framework, where we'll be able to come back, where we are accountable with the minister as well as parliament, and be able to demonstrate that indeed the organization is really implementing a responsible tourism framework. So we are very pleased with these particular indicators. We are planning to have about 6 parks that will be audited in the new financial year, which we currently are, but then 16 parks which should have been audited by the end of the 5th year. If you can move to the next slide. So we're now in outcome goal number 3, which is sustainable socio-economic development. Communities and stakeholders are key parts of our ecosystem, which are very critical. And that's why, Honorable Chair, we are committing as an organization a number of animals to help emerging farmers, to help communities around our national park so that they can be able to participate in the wildlife economy. So, Chair, the commitment that you are seeing of more than 1,000 animals that will be delivered in this financial year is our commitment as an organization to go beyond the borders of the parks. But we've been able to do this in the past. I mean, we have delivered about 530 animals in 2021, and in 2022, about 600 animals. And we're planning to deliver further 900 in the following year, as well as 850 in the year after that, as part of this MTF process. We have heeded the call, Honorable Chair, on the provision of employment opportunities. And we are using the funding that we are receiving through EPWP to be able to create more employment opportunities, knowing the socioeconomic impact that we have around our park. We are mindful that there are more people who are actually not employed, but we are able to implement according to the funding that we are able to receive every single year. So in 2021, we were able to create about 4,741 full-time equivalent jobs. And in the year under review, this was increased to about 5,300. And we are committing to about 4,500 employment opportunities for the year ahead of us, including about 4,601 and 15 youth opportunities, as well as 3,810 additional opportunities which were directed to women, as well as about 160 of them people with disabilities. You will notice, Honorable Chair, that these numbers varies from year to year, and again, it depended upon the budget that is available for us to be able to implement this particular interventions. Thank you very much. Then on the issue of SMME, we have committed as an organization to actually making sure that about 433 SMME are contracted through the work that we are doing through APWP, and this will take a total of about 2,411 SMME by the end of the 5th year. I had an opportunity, Honorable Chair, to meet some of these SME stakeholders in Kruger National Park last month, and the feedback that SANParks received was really heartwarming in terms of how this has changed the life of many people. Many of the organizations, in particular construction companies, they've started at CIDP 1 and some of them are at CIDP 6 because they've been actually growing as we make more work available. And one of the things that they've commented SANParks about is the timeless way in which we make payment. And they said we make payment every single week as opposed to them waiting for months to receive their particular payment. In relation to SMEs as well as QSE, we have committed that 60% of the procurement spend below 1 million will be actually made to EMEs and 40% will be made to QSE, which we believe is quite critical in really uplifting that particular entry level of people who are trying to actually contract and do business with national parks. If you can move to the next slide. Percentage of expenditure, that is actually geared towards a designated group. We have actually put this at 75%. I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that there's been since the approval of this annual performance plan, and this particular development in regard to the constitutional judgment regarding the implementation of a PPFA regulation, it gives us a bit of a concern that we'll be able to meet this target. We're waiting for direction from National Treasury in terms of how this will be implemented, and we're concerned that it might affect in the way and the manner in which we wanted to implement this as an organization. Annual transformation implementation plan will be developed, and we'll make sure that it will be implemented in the subsequent year, with 80% of annual transformation activities being implemented in year one of this. Chairperson, in terms of increased access of education, this is the question that you've actually raised during the time when SANParks as well as Isimangaliso were actually presenting. I must indicate that these opportunities are really geared towards targeted groups that will be trained. In the previous financial year, we've been able to train about 593 beneficiaries. Then in the year under review, this was reduced to 100. And in the new financial year, we are hoping to do more than 110 of these, growing to about 1,600 in the fifth year. The number of schools, Chair, and I know this is very close to the portfolio committee, that will benefit through educational programs that SANParks really produce. We've been able to do about 83 schools in 2021, and we've done more than 100 schools in this past financial year. And you will see that we have more than doubled these numbers, targeting about more than 275 schools in the new financial year to be done through these particular programs. Next slide. Number of individual communities where social legacy projects have been completed. We are planning to have 6 of these. There's just one that we've launched in Naisna in the previous financial in the previous week, which we had been graceful by the mayor of that particular area. And I must indicate that, Chairperson, the fulfillment of the organization when you see really the smile and consolment from the people who are actually receiving this particular benefit. Claimant beneficiation schemes for our stakeholders, which are land claimant. As you know, that the Kruger land claim beneficiation package has been concluded and been signed by the claimant, and we are planning to implement about 50% of the activities in this particular one. The person has alluded to the CANP beneficiation scheme to the extent that even though the settlement has been signed as a financial settlement of the land, but the beneficiation scheme has been made so that it's been outstanding for quite a long time. And with the direction that we've actually been led by the current board with the dedication of a particular committee, we've seen some improvement where what we are proposing as a fundamental principle of the benefit of the proposed beneficiation scheme, there's been a keen interest from the land claimant, and we've shared the roadmap with them, which they seem to be very excited about it. We're grateful that the board has actually endorsed this principle, fundamental principle for the new beneficiation scheme, and we're also appreciative of the support that we've received from the minister, and we believe now we are on the right track to be able to go ahead with the roadmap. I'm pleased to indicate that tomorrow I will be meeting the DG of the Department of Environment together with the Department of Land Reform and Agriculture to be able to take this particular matter forward, Honorable Chair. Next slide. So now we're now in the sustainable and transform organization through revenue, people, systems, and business. We do understand that as an organization, to be able to do all of these things that we've mentioned in the outcome goals, we need quite a strong organization. We need to have agile system. We need to have efficient processes. And that's why part of what we're actually embarking on is a part of the Vision 2040 vision of really re-engineering the organization in terms of processes. And this has already been, the board has already embarked on this particular process. Next week, EXCO will be meeting with some of the members of the board in order to take this particular process going forward. Financial sustainability of the organization is quite critical, and that's why the resource mobilization have actually been increased from the target of 75 million in the previous financial year to about 85 million in the new financial year. And we believe that we'll be able to achieve the target of 225 million cumulative over a period of 5 years. We have been slowed down by COVID, where we see that many of the donors and philanthropies have actually redirected their resources to humanitarian because of COVID. But we believe that that particular window is starting to close, and we'll then see some of them starting to actually pay focus on the issues of conservation, where we'll be able to raise more funds for the organization, and particularly fighting wildlife crime. Percentage revenue increase through tourism. As I've indicated, that we are seeing a slow recovery within the organization, and the new target is that we will increase our revenue with 20% from the baseline of the previous financial year. We are planning to actually raise about 6 million on wildlife sales, and again, this is a very difficult area because there are significant costs of really trying to capture animals, and sometimes the trick is that the market conditions are not necessarily favorable, where buyers are offering much less money for this particular animal, but we're hopeful that we'll be able to achieve the 6 million as well as the 8 million in the subsequent years. Honorable Chair, the transformation of human capital within the organization is quite critical, and that's why we call it human capital, because we believe that it's really a significant asset within the organization. And so we're really planning to make sure that the target for the new financial year it's 40%, which has actually increased from 39% from the previous financial year, growing to about 41% of women sitting in management position within the organization in the 5th year. The particular area that is very difficult, it's people with disabilities, because as much as we put conditions in the advert of our jobs, but we really don't receive a lot of interest with the position. But perhaps maybe we just need to explore what are the alternative ways to be able to attract more people with who are actually differently able to be able to participate in the job market within SANParks. Black employees as a percentage of management, we are setting to increase this by 1% from 63% to 64%. 1% may look like very insignificant, but in the time where we have a significantly low resources, it can be a challenging target to be able to achieve. Next slide. So percentage spent on skills, that is a 1% that is targeted for the new financial year, and obviously growing to 1.5 as over the MTF period. The human capital strategy has been developed and has been actually been recommended by EXCO to the board. It will be submitted to the board by June, and we are actually planning to make sure that we do 100% implementation of the plan that will flow from this particular human capital strategy. They included here, really there are a number of initiatives that seek to improve the culture of performance within the organization, and this intervention will also be implemented as part of the implementation of the human capital strategy. And if you look at this particular slide, Honorable Chair, these are all new indicators, which also talks about the wellness of staff. It talks about succession planning within the organization. And again, because we've been losing a lot of skills to other entities who are paying better than SANParks. There's a new target that we've also introduced. Hence, we had suspended the bursaries within the organization because of non-affordability. And again, we are indicating that 10% of the bursaries should be awarded, and we're hoping to grow this as the revenue grows within the organization. Next slide. We are living in digital world, Honorable Chair. As you will know globally, that we are seeing new things like digital currencies. We are seeing digital platform being implemented, and we are avoiding for the organization to becoming irrelevant because it's really staying behind the technology that is being advanced. And that's why the digital strategy has been actually looked by EXCO and is now going to the board for approval. And we will also want to make sure that we draft the implementation plan that will see some of these initiatives being implemented as the budget is being made available. So we are hopeful that at the end of the 5th year, many of the priority strategic projects would have been implemented by that particular point in time. At the same time, the issue of cyber controls, and which we have seen number of scams trying to penetrate some of the firewalls of many organizations. That's why a number of cyber control have now been implemented in the organization. There's a number of work that is being done on penetration testing, as well as vulnerability assessment, just to see how strong is SANParks network against these particular issues. We are ready to implement a new enterprise resource software in this new year. We just concluded the specification, which has actually taken us about the last 10 months, Honorable Chairperson, including mapping up the user requirement. We were just stopped by the issue of constitutional code. Otherwise, this particular bid would have been in the market, which consolidates number of fragmented systems throughout the organization, and it will link to the new tourism system that is currently being built within the organization. We'll continue to increase our effort of improving sound governance within the organization. And again, in this particular financial year, we're aiming to have an unqualified audit report, growing to an unqualified audit report with no findings by the 5th year. We have added a new indicator in this particular instances where we have findings that are raised by the Auditor General. That's the approved internal audit plan. Then we actually implement about 75% of those critical audit findings so that we really improve what has been raised by the Auditor General. We take the issue of matured enterprise risk management very serious, and we are really aiming to obtain level 5 according to DFF government's maturity framework. So we have actually developed a plan, and EXCO have just looked at this in particularly today, and it will be going to the board to make sure that 95% of the activities towards that plan have actually been implemented. This is also the issue of building an ethical organization where we would like to improve our ethics management within the organization to a level 4. And again, there's a plan that is being developed. Then we'll make sure that 95% of these are actually have been developed and created within the organization. Integrated plan is monitoring plan is quite critical, and you will also see that the framework has been developed, and now we're busy developing the system that will make sure that that particular framework has been implemented. If we can move to the next slide, I'm drawing towards a close. SANParks has got a number of stakeholders who are actually interested in the organization. In the past, the Honorable Chair and members, the stakeholders approached SANParks on various matters that we needed to deal with. We've realized that's not a sustainable way of being able to engage stakeholders. We have now a stakeholder engagement plan, which we've actually shared with the board, which we are implementing in the organization. It really talks about how do we segment various stakeholders and how do we engage them. And we are really planning to make sure that 90% of this particular plan is implemented by the end of the financial year. But most importantly, on an annual basis, that we actually have formal as well as proactive engagement, at least with 10 stakeholders going forward. And we believe that more SANParks becomes engaged and proactive, the more we move towards satisfying many of our stakeholders. SANParks Week is very critical in giving access to many people who are unable to really enjoy the benefit of our natural resources. And again, in this particular year, we're planning that we'll have at least 20,000 visitors who are able to access national park during this particular week. In the previous year, we've been affected by COVID. These numbers have dropped, and we believe that many of our South Africans will be able to take up these opportunities and reach our park in terms of enjoying the environment. And moving toward, lastly, Honorable Chair, is the issue of maintenance and recapitalization plan. So what we have done is that we have been doing a conditional assessment of our infrastructure, in particular above ground infrastructure. We have actually completed this particular exercise, and we now had a maintenance plan which has been presented to EXCO and was approved, obviously subject to our budget availability. So the implementation plan is to really talk about prioritization of certain infrastructure maintenance, which is subject to the available budget. And this is what we are looking to actually implement. We're pleased as an organization that we've just established a new panel of construction companies and for both general renovation as well as civil engineering, which really goes towards a long way in creating a capacity that is required to maintain our infrastructure. And by the end of fifth year, budget allowing, we would have actually done 20% what would have been included both in the capital development plan, but as well as in the new maintenance and recapitalization plan. Next slide. Chairperson, if I may then skip through to all the risk, I will take them as read, but I'm happy to take the questions, Chair. I will then run to budget, Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much. The next slide. So the context in which the Chairperson have actually indicated of SANParks board that we are actually still in the depressed revenue situation as we speak. As you will note that the resources that we've actually sitting in our budget is 62% of it constitutes of the income that is generated by the organization, while 30% of that is made up of grant, and there's a small portion that is made up of other incomes. Next slide. If you can move to the next slide. I think you've skipped one slide, but it's okay. So this particular slide, it shows different sources of revenue throughout the organization. I won't be able to go through them in detail, but I will take questions. But what I want to highlight, if you look at conservation fee, you will see that that's the area that has been hardest hit. And again, because significant portion of it come from international tourists. And you'll see that, I mean, it was depressed all the way to 160 million, growing to 287. And we are hoping that by the end of MTF period, that will have grown back to about 635 million. Concession fees have also been picking up very slowly, but this is area where we wrote off a lot of income through force majeure processes where many of our concessionaires have been unable to generate an income, and SANParks was in a position where we'll be able to write off many of the income that would have been received by the organization. Tourism income is picking up slowly, moving from 435, and we are projected to make over $1 billion by the end of the MTF period, and the rest is in the form of a grant. Next slide. So there are about 2.8 billion resources that have been planned for this particular financial year. As I've indicated, 62% of it is through tourism activities income, and 30% in through grant. So the amount of grant is 309 million, which includes 17 million, which is earmarked for organizational turnaround. And again, our gratitude goes to the minister who have been able to make this funding available for us to embark on a turnaround. 507 of these, it's geared toward EPWP, and this is the money that we've indicated earlier that will create all those employment opportunities to women, to youth, as well as people with disabilities, as I've indicated earlier on my other slide. Next slide. So over the next MTF period, 3.8 billion have been allocated to conservation services, in particular biodiversity as well as cultural heritage in all those activities that I've indicated. While over just less than 1.2 billion has been allocated to tourism operation, including the implementation of commercialization strategy, which is key to the financial sustainability of the organization. We have allocated 602 million to socio-economic development, in particularly uplifting communities as well as land claiming around our national park. And this is quite critical especially, Honorable Chair, when the beneficiation scheme has been settled with the land claimant, because then it will require resources to be able to start making sure that the benefits are flowing to those particular communities. Just under 3 billion, 2.9 billion has been allocated to support function. As I've already indicated, that we are trying to create an agile organization by improving systems and improving business processes within the organization, and mainly of this within the spaces of HR, ICT, as well as in financial management side of the organization. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the previous slide that I've indicated. As you will see that those 4 goals that I've spoke about, Honorable Chairperson, this is how the resources have been allocated, not only in the current financial year, but over a MTF period, so that you'll be able to track how much we're spending under each and every outcome goal within the organization. Next slide. I'm going to round off. I'm almost done, Honorable Chair. This is a projected expenditure within the organization. Again, in different component of the expenditure over the MTF period. And as you can see that the biggest component of our cost is in human resources, mainly on payment of salaries and people, followed by operating costs, which have been depressed, as you can see, on those first 2 years, in particular because of COVID, and hoping that through increased revenue, we can then go back to the over $1 billion in terms of increasing expenditure. Maintenance has been very slow, having been reduced to about 160, 112 million. And we believe that as more resources are being available, we can then be able to catch up with our maintenance plans within the organization. Next slide. I've already indicated, Chairperson, that human capital is our biggest component. It covers about 52% of our total expenditure within the organization. You can see that the direct cost, which is salaries, and again, it makes 86% of the total HR cost within the organization. Next slide. These are operational costs, mainly including component of special projects that are being implemented within the organization. This slide highlights that maintenance budget has been increased by 67% because we believe that we'll start seeing more resources flowing to the organization. Next slide. I think it's almost the last slide. Yes. So we have also increased CAPEX within the organization because we've realized that some of the issues that have been raised by our customers within the national park has to do with the working of our air conditioning. Some of the fridges are not working, the issues of plumbings. And these are the areas that we're really targeting to capacitate in this particular year. And that's why there's been more resources that have been allocated into this particular area. Next slide. Chair, these are acronyms of all the terminologies that have been mentioned. And I think the next slide is really a thank you slide. Thank you very much, Jefferson, for patience throughout this presentation. I will now hand over back to you for comments, questions, as well as guidance from the members.
Thank you, Acting Chief Executive. Can we allow the South African Weather Service to do the presentation so that we can handle both presentation at the same time? Is the chairperson in the meeting now, Minister?
Yes, I am present, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Director General, chairpersons of other entities, esteemed colleagues, and representatives from other organizations. My name is Fezwe Khenga. I am the board chairperson of South African Weather Services. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to introduce representatives who are present on behalf of South African Weather Services. Mr. Itani Paduli, who is the Deputy Chair of the Board, Mr. Isham Abada, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Mnikeli Ndabambi, the Executive Infrastructure and Information Service Systems, Mr. Mzizi, who is the Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Mpepia, the Executive Weather and Climate, Ms. Zoleka Makongolo, who is the Acting Executive Corporate Service, Mr. Tituso Mugabe, the Senior Manager, Specialist Strategy, Planning and Reporting. Honorable Chairperson, I am pleased to present to the Portfolio Committee the annual performance plan of South African Weather Services for the 2022-2023 financial year. South African Weather Services is ready and eager to fulfill its role in South Africa, the Southern Africa region, Africa and beyond, in terms of predicting weather, disaster risk reduction, weather modeling, research and innovation, matters related to air quality management, and raising awareness to develop wiser users of weather, climate, and air quality information. The year 2022 presents an opportunity for this entity to begin rebuilding itself and build towards a more desirable and productive future post-COVID-19. Its devastating economic effects and the impact it has had on the lives of people will be felt for many years to come. As a science-based organization that is technology-driven, our efforts to mitigate the impact of severe weather, natural disaster, and climate change-related challenges will receive renewed attention from the public and stakeholders at large. In instances like the current La Nina year, the role of South African Weather Services to warn the public about imminent extreme weather, severe thunderstorms, and flooding is magnified. The recent events in KwaZulu-Natal are indicative of severe impacts that weather can have on the lives of people and infrastructure of our country. In contributing towards safeguarding of our lives and property against meteorological related risk, it is befitting that South African Weather Services elevates its effort in disaster risk reduction by fine-tuning its products, services, and the way in which it communicates with the public and disaster management centers. Indeed, we must help build a well-informed nation, a weather-aware nation, and a national resilient to meteorological-related risk. Amid the rapid technological change and development, the needs of stakeholders and users of our products and services have become ever more sophisticated and complex. To this end, South African Weather Services will embark on reprioritizing investment in research, innovation, and infrastructure maintenance. The entity will also continue to invest in its diverse and equally scarce and skilled personnel that are effectively organized for optimal service delivery. Given the current climate brought by COVID-19, the entity in its planning has considered the priorities identified by government as important to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and support recovery. As such, South African Weather Services will contribute to government's priorities to manage COVID-19 pandemic, drive economic recovery through implementation of economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as enhancing the state's capability to deliver. Honorable Chairperson, the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdowns in South Africa, abroad, significantly impacted on the aviation sector and altered South African Weather Services regulated revenue income as air travel declined. Accordingly, the entity's aviation revenue generation decreased more than 100 million in 2020-2021 compared to the periods prior to COVID-19. To counter the negative effect that decreased aviation revenue has had on the sustainability of South African Weather Services, the entity developed a turnaround strategy whose effective implementation will generate the much needed commercial revenue for long-term sustainability of the entity. The entity is on its way to rebuilding its revenue generation capabilities to counter the effects that the pandemic has had on the implementation of numerous capital infrastructure projects, because capital expenditure funding had to be converted to operational budget to fulfill the operational commitments. There are several challenges that hinder us from optimizing commercial activities. As such, a variety of alternative options for South African Weather Services structure, as well as establishment of a separate commercial enterprise, was considered in the business model analysis. As we move ahead to implement the 2022-2023 annual performance plan, I would like to reassure the Portfolio Committee that South African Weather Services will continue to advance the interests of the Republic of South Africa locally, globally, continentally, and regionally by serving on various platforms of the World Meteorological Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization, as it is mandated to do so. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, please allow me to request the Chief Executive Officer to present the performance commitments of South African Weather Services for 2022 and 2023 financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, honorable members, board chairpersons, and colleagues. I'm just going to put my camera on for a little while so that you can see me, but I'd like to then switch it off just to improve the bandwidth. Good evening, everybody. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through the legislative environment. Safe to say that I think it has been read. The first important slide for us is alignment with government priorities. So apart from the mandated functions, which were referred to earlier as well, some of the government priorities that we align the organization with include managing the COVID-19 pandemic going forward. We're doing this in terms of supporting the health sector in the management of the pandemic. And we continue by providing the National Joint Operations and Intelligence Structure through the source-developed integrated relative health risk indicator tool. We also support various food security in households through the mainstreaming of weather and climate information in rural agricultural production systems. Then the other government priority where we play a significant role, or we think we should be playing a significant role, is infrastructure investment, specifically around the refurbishment of aging observations infrastructure. And we advocating for an effective and operational Earth system. Given the situation in KZN recently, you'll understand that the refurbishing of our aging observations infrastructure is quite important for us. From the perspective of the presidential employment stimulus, we'd like to ensure the development of med technicians, forecasters, and researchers to ensure that our pipeline for this sector is guaranteed. As far as food security goes, we're involved in developing a system to understand the interaction between water, energy, and food, or the WEF nexus as it's more popularly known. Then also, we are trying to enhance the state's capability to deliver, specifically around the VAL and IFAL priority air quality management plans, and also the management and reduction of air pollution in these areas. We also contribute to improving the National Fire Danger Index for South Africa, and then also other products and services for the mitigation against extreme coastal ocean phenomena. Next slide. These are some of the priorities over the medium term, and we're looking there at enhanced meteorological related body of knowledge, looking at developing real-time value-adding and user-friendly meteorological solutions. We're looking at solutions that meet user needs, and we want to improve specifically our promotion and marketing of some of these solutions, and then increase also revenue generation from some of these solutions. In terms of our optimal core technological capability, we want to improve the life cycle management of our technology, also improve our dissemination platforms and channels, and then look at leveraging emerging technologies for improved solutions and competitiveness. As far as the internal organization goes, we're looking at improving our corporate governance, business performance management, corporate communications and branding, improved compliance in terms of our quality management system, instilling a conducive organizational culture by focusing on living the core values of the organization, improving retention of key skills. I think that's a very important one for us. We've been losing a fair amount of skills to other organizations, and we are a knowledge organization, and similar to SANBI, some of our skills are being sold overseas or by better paying entities. We also want to improve our supply chain management practices, and then also our budget processes. We've already embarked on our expenditure management improvements, as well as knowledge management practices within the organization. Next slide, please. The non-regulated commercial revenues is an area where we are going to be putting a lot of focus. We're focusing on revenue models and products aimed at increasing revenue generation, using various channels, using both internal resources, as well as linking with external partners that have unique capacities and capabilities that we don't have in-house, so that we can improve our product offerings. Then we've also developed a revenue turnaround strategy as part of our broader commercial strategy. So here we'd like to tap into innovative opportunities and solutions, which will include, but are not limited necessarily to, integrated multi-sector data and infrastructure management, weather smart research and innovation, and then also developing innovative and relevant products and solutions for the various sectors, including the media, and then also linking with international agencies and funders so that we broaden the revenue generation mechanisms. Next slide. I'm going to skip this slide. Then I'm going to go on to program 1 and just indicate there that I'm going to take it as read and just point out where the targets are increasing. You'll see that they are relatively high. And for example, the percentage accuracy of terminal aerodrome forecasts, which is crucial to aviation, is currently at 85, and we're going to ramp that up to about 90. And just to mention also that some of these targets are way above the international thresholds or required standards, but we aim to be one of the better entities internationally as well, and that's why we're keeping these targets this high. Next slide. In terms of our research and innovation, you'll see there that we've ramped up our targets and continue to do so also in the outer years. Next slide. In terms of the research sub-program, Here also, in the outer years, we're trying to ramp up the number of solutions for climate-sensitive sectors, especially in the next 2 years, we leave it as it is, but then in the year thereafter, we increase them. And in terms of also our new or enhanced non-climate specific solutions, we aim at looking at 4 in the following year and the year thereafter, and then 5 in the subsequent year. Next slide. In terms of our program 3, which is infrastructure and information systems, here you'll see that when we talk about our weather stations infrastructure, we're going from a base of 78% to 85%. As far as our rainfall stations infrastructure, from 75 to 80. In terms of our global atmospheric watch or GOR infrastructure, there we're going from 85, and then we only ramp up in the 2023 and 2024 years. And then as far as the percentage of availability of radar infrastructure, we start from a base of 70% and then move on to 75 in 2022. And then we obviously ramp it up to 85% later on. And as far as the availability of our lightning detection network infrastructure, we move from 80% to 90%. And with the air quality systems, we leave that as is. Next slide. Dituso, we're not seeing the slides. Dituso, we're not seeing the slides. Thank you. Can we move to the next slide? In terms of quality data, the percentage of priority air quality stations availability on the SANParks, or South African Air Quality Information System, meeting minimum data requirements. There you'll see that there's a slight slump to 80%, but then it picks up in 2023 again. There's going to be some work that's going to need to be done in terms of that area. And I think there has been a submission to National Treasury for additional funding in that regard. In terms of our AWSs and ARSs, all weather stations and rainfall stations, and the data availability there, you see there we're working on 82% and then ramping it up to 85%. Next slide. In terms of our program 4, which is our administration, in terms of our expenditure on affirmative procurement locally, we're moving up from 65 to 70 in 2022 and then 75 in the outer years. In terms of our BEE rating, you'll see that it's 6, and then the target remains as 6 for the next 2 years, and then hopefully we'll get it down to 5. In terms of our unregulated commercial revenue, the current target's 28 million. Next year's, or the next financial year will be 32 million, and then 36 million, and in the outer year we try to ramp it up considerably. In terms of an external audit opinion, we're hoping to get an unqualified opinion again this year and next year, and then in the outer years, an unqualified external audit opinion with no material finding. Next slide. In terms of our attrition rate, we're looking at less than or equal to 8%, and that's lower than the average, which is about 11% for all industries. In terms of the percentage of workplace skills plans that we met, we're starting at 75, and we'll leave it at 75 and then move it up to 80 in the outer years. And then percentage compliance to employment equity as far as women in management goes. There we're moving it up from 36% currently, and we're hoping to hit 40% and then move on to 45% in the outer years. In terms of people with disabilities, our target is 2%. I might just mention that we have exceeded the target and hopefully will continue to do that. In terms of the number of youth in internships and learnerships, there the target's 10, and we only ramp it up in the 2024 year. And then also in terms of the work integrated learning, we're looking at 5, and then specifically people with disabilities in the next 2 years, and then 8 in the outer years. Next slide. In terms of positioning the brand and the entity, there you'll see that the targets are considerably ramped up. We go from a base of 4 to 14, and then 9 to 18, almost double. And then also our collaborations and partnerships from 2 to 11. So the idea is to start getting a bit more traction in terms of getting the entity better recognition. I might add that we had a surprise visit to our Ermelo offices by the president in the week, and he stayed there for about 45 minutes. So I'm hoping that will do a lot to enhance our reputation in the higher echelons. Next slide. I'm going to then hand over, Chair, if you permit me, to the CFO, Mr. Mzizi, to just take us through the financials quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'm going to, with your permission, Chair, I will switch off the video so that I can have enough bandwidth. Chair, thanks very much. In terms of our revenue for 2022-23, in total revenue is increasing from 482 to 548. And the main increase is on aviation income. As you can see, the period prior COVID, we were sitting at 128 million. And in 2021, we are sitting at 32 million. And this has increased to about 89 million in 2022-23. And Chair, as you can see, in 2021 and 2021-22 and 2022-23, we have converted about 124 million from CAPEX to OPEX. And this was done because we didn't have enough revenue to cover our operating costs. And as you can see from this table, we plan to do this also in the subsequent year of 23-24, where we'll be converting about 120 million from CAPEX to OPEX. However, in the outer year of 24-25, we don't intend to do that because, as you can see, our aviation income has increased to about 128 million. The 128 million, this is the revenue that we had before COVID. And we envisage that by the year 24-25, the situation will have improved in such a way that we are back to a normal situation. And thus, in that year, we will use our own revenue so that we can cover our CAPEX. Chair, I must thank the department that they assisted us in this year by 15 million. As you can see, the government grant CAPEX of 15 million, next year 45 million, and 40 million in 23-24. In total, it's about 100 million that the department has assisted us so that we can be able to cover our infrastructure
acquisition. And in terms of our employee costs, we envisage to improve from 277 to 290 million. And our employee costs, it's about 53% of our total revenue. And this is in line with the entities of our nature. And operating costs, it's an improvement from 163 million in the current year's budget, and which will increase to 165 million. And as you can see, Chair, at the bottom, we envisage that in terms of the capital infrastructure, this year we budgeted about 15 million, and for 22-23, we intend to increase that amount to 66 million, and it will increase to 71 million in 23-24, and 64 million in the year 24-25. Thank you, Chair. The next slide, this is our balance sheet, as we all know it, and we just indicate our assets versus our liabilities. The next slide, please. The next slide just indicates our cash flow position, that in terms of our cash flow, the organization is has got enough cash to be able to meet its commitments. And the next slide indicates our CAPEX infrastructure investment to indicate the infrastructure that we'll be acquiring in 2022-23 and the following years. Thanks very much, Chair. CEO, back to you.
Thank you very much. Chair, if you permit me, I won't go through all the risk in detail. I'll just mention specifically the issues around the infrastructure related to ICT and also our observations infrastructure in terms of modernization and recapitalization. I think those are going to be main focus areas for us. And then also improving our capacity in terms of human resources. Excuse me, Chair. And then also our internal governance in terms of supply chain management and contracting and so forth, Chair. So I think those are the main areas of focus in terms of risk for the organization. Obviously, I've talked to the issue around revenue generation as well. Thank you, Chair.
I thought, CEO, you were going to also attend to the issue of the questions that was raised in the morning, and you could have briefed your chairperson.
Chair, I
functional early warning systems and effective communications that are critical parts of climate change. I thought you were going to respond to that before we even ask you that now. Because you have been in the meeting. Okay, Rosit.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I thought that the Minister had adequately addressed that in terms of we are linked to the National Disaster Management Center. And from that perspective, we do issue warnings regularly, Chair, and that's via all the television stations, radio stations, and so forth. And as the Minister mentioned, Chair, we have moved to a more impact-based weather forecasting. So when we indicate what the weather is going to be, we also indicate what the weather is going to do. So it's not about, it's going to rain any longer, or the temperature is going to be X, Y, or Z. We also indicate that because it's going to be rain and there's going to be significant rain, rivers will be flooding, bridges will be washed away, traffic, you need to be careful in traffic, etc. So it's more citizen-focused reporting in terms of that, Chair. And then, Chair, as far as the disaster management goes, Chair, We are intimately involved with the National Disaster Management Center. We've also, we make presentations for the Interministerial Committee. So, Chair, from our perspective, in terms of those early warnings, we've had good examples also earlier on in terms of the impact-based forecasting, Chair, with the cyclone earlier this year, was it late last year? The number of interventions and feedback we got in terms of those interventions where people had, in fact, taken mitigatory measures, Chair, indicated that there is a level of success in terms of this impact-based forecasting that is being attended to, Chair. So I didn't address it specifically because I was under the impression that the Minister had addressed it fairly significantly in her deliberations, and that there are other entities that are specifically geared towards the mitigation actions, and those would be your provincial disaster management centers as well as the local authorities that would then put in place the mitigation to counter the severe weather, Chair. Thank you. I hope that adequately covers us, Chair.
The Minister had said he was going to address it.
My apologies.
He gave it on a high level, but she has said he was going to address it. It's fine. The colleagues who ask the questions will be able to make follow-up later.
Thank you, Chair.
Those are the two presentation colleagues from the Weather Service and SANParks. Can I see a show of hands of colleagues who want to talk on these issues? It's Honorable Paulsen, Honorable Bryant, Honorable Phillips, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. And my question is for Mr. Abada, and I'm asking him first because I know he has to break his fast very soon. Mr. Abada, you've stated the role South African Weather Service plays in assisting farmers in rural areas and how this helps alleviate food insecurity in those rural areas. So I'd like to know, how then is it possible that we weren't warned timelessly of the extent of the storms on the East Coast a few days ago and what devastation this would be? If you have, tell me what happens when you see that there's severe storms forming, because thankfully with your technology you are capable of doing that. So what did the weather services do when there was this massive formation in the atmosphere and you could see that there was going to be a storm on the east coast of the country? What did you do about it? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, can I start? Are you there? Okay, Chairperson, and if you can hear me in the interests of expediency, I'm just going to start.
Go for it, Dave. Go for it.
Thanks. So just in terms of the first presentation, which was the SANParks presentation, I am quite heartened to see the acknowledgement around the rhino numbers, in particular the acknowledgement that the rhino numbers are continuing to decrease, particularly in Kruger. I think the target of a 1% increase is something. I don't know if it's ambitious enough, but it is something, and it is good to see that SANParks is starting to take this more seriously. I think there has been perhaps an aversion to the truth when it comes to the actual scale of the poaching that's taking place and the impact that it's having on rhino populations in the wild. We know that the vast majority of rhinos are now in private conservancies owned by private rhino owners. And in terms of that, I'm quite interested to know whether SANParks is liaising with some of these private rhino owners to discuss potential ways that they can look at the sustainability of the species going forward when, we unfortunately, which looks like it's in all likelihood going to happen, run out of rhinos in the wild if the current trends continue. I'm just quite interested to know as well which budget goal anti-poaching falls under. I looked at the budget goals. I saw one around conservation and management leadership or something, but where does anti-rhino poaching or anti-poaching in general fall under? Which one of those budget goals does that fall under? And then just in terms of the South African Weather Service, I think I was very impressed by the presentation, so thank you very much to the presenters. As was mentioned earlier on by the Minister, I think a very important point here is that the forecasting, in particular when it came to the KZN disasters and subsequent tragedies, was less the issue than it was the preparedness and the adaptation of the local governments and entities in that area. And as we established earlier, there was certainly warning given in terms of those reports, in particular the C40 report that came out a couple of years back. So, there certainly was a lot of warning around the potential devastating consequences of flooding. And I think we have to look at what did the municipality do, what did the local government do in that area to address that. I think if we looking to apportion blame, in my personal opinion, Chairperson, it wouldn't necessarily be with the Weather Service, who, from what I can understand, have actually shown that they did provide the relevant forecasting, that it was the preparedness or the lack of preparedness that was the challenge that caused the devastation in many instances. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if you're back, but I'll just hand across to you. Honourable Phillips. There you are. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Honourable Phillips, you can proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. We're in load shedding now, so I'm going to keep my camera off. I have a question for SANParks. Could we get the percentage of poaching of rhinos poached in a percentage of the estimated population instead of just numbers? That could help us to see whether we are indeed curbing rhino poaching, because obviously the fewer rhinos we have, the fewer rhinos there are to poach. And then in regards to the huge slaughter of our rhinos in Estuary, is the National Department considering any kind of intervention there? We've had more than 75 rhinos slaughtered or murdered in Estuary since the beginning of January. And then for the weather services, I see that your radar infrastructure is at 70%. Now, there have been a number of very big radar projects launched since 2010, one of which was 240 million rand. What has happened to that infrastructure? Has it not been maintained? Has it become outdated? Hasn't it been upgraded? Or what is the reason for us only having a 70% availability when we've spent so much money on our radar infrastructure? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Phillips.
Sorry.
You forgot something?
Yes, Chairperson, if you would indulge me, I just, because the SANParks presentation was quite a long time ago, I just forgot the one question. And this is, I suppose, probably more for the Chairperson. We've had an acting CEO for quite a long time now. And I know that there is apparently a internal disciplinary process that's going on. I'm not asking the Chair to comment specifically on that, but are there any ideas or is there anything that the Chair can provide us with in terms of timeframes as to when we can expect to get a proper CEO in place, shall we say, a proper CEO, a formal CEO? Thank you.
Okay. Then from my side,
Chair?
Who's calling the Chair? Oh, Weber, Honorable Weber. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair. My signal is very, very bad, so I hope you can hear me. Chair, I agree with Honorable Brian. Previous time, it's about 4 weeks ago, we raised this as well, and then they said they finalized it will come out in that week. Just to find out that they are not finished and they still have to do the social economic transformation guy and the risk manager from Skukuza. So, Chair, this disciplinary is going on very, very long, and a month ago they told us that it's finalized and that in that coming week the information will be out. So we would really like to know what's happening. Chair, the problem here is that they receive salaries. They're not suspended. They're on special leave. And the 15th of May is almost a year. So we're paying double salaries and for 3 guys. Yes. On special leave. So because they're having their own disciplinary salaries double on that queue.
I hope it's not only me who was not hearing you properly. Did you hear what the question was all about? But it's central to what.
Okay, can I try again, Chair, because it's quite important. Can you hear me or not? I will WhatsApp.
Put it on the chat in the group. They will be able to respond to it. Write it there on the group, on the chat. Okay, I think there's not any other end from the colleagues. Then from my side, I just want to understand how sure is SANParks that the reduced number of rhino fatalities is due to your own anti-poaching efforts and not due to reduced numbers of rhinos in the wild, that it is becoming very difficult for poachers to locate and shoot rhinos because their population is significantly reduced. I'm trying to understand that because there's something acting CE you are breaking about. If we consider this possibility that it might not be your anti-poaching efforts, is this other issue of poachers finding it difficult to get them. And then on top of that, one would like to understand whether we know the magnitude of poaching for the pot in the Kruger National Park. And then what is the strategy for keeping this kind of poaching? And then the other issue is whether yourself as SANParks have got a wildlife donation policy for both local and international donation. And then what is the department's view on having a single wildlife donation for the whole country, also affecting state-owned provincial nature reserves? On the South African Weather Service, I can't recall whether this committee, since I joined it, so the South African Weather Service meeting its annual performance target in terms of the radar infrastructure availability. I think Honorable Phillips tried to raise this one. And then I've also been informed that this target, for those that have been there before me, has been eluding yourselves as CEO for a long time, despite the significance of radar availability for both local and international aviation. One is emphasizing this because this target can no longer be elusive in this current financial year. I would just like all of us to be clear on this. Yes, it cannot be, because this is very critical. And on our part, as an oversight committee, I think that's the matter that you need to talk to us more on it. And then the issue that one also want to understand from this weather services is as to what proportion of your budget comes from your commercial activities. Then the chart that Honorable Weber is put here is she's saying a month ago we asked the question about the CEO. You then said it was finalized and the report will come out next week, Chairperson of SANParks. Then also the CEO, the Social Transformation Manager and the Risk Manager of Skokusa have been on special leave. They are not suspended and they are all receiving full salaries sitting at home. So we do pay double salaries for the acting people as well for them who are on special leave. And then our concern is that this incident happened last year in May, so it's almost a year now. She wants the board's comment on these matters. So those are the issues that I felt I need to raise also on behalf of Honorable Weber. Can we allow SANParks to deal with all the questions that are related to them? And then, yes.
Can I just make one comment before colleagues get into the nitty-gritties of answering the questions? I think I was very careful when I spoke earlier in relation to the questions that Member Bryant asked on the C40. I was very careful to talk about the fact that there has been research done, there is a plan in place, and the question that we have to look at is how over a period of time that plan is mainstreamed into government budgets. At no stage did I allocate blame to anybody for these floods. And I think that when we're facing a crisis of this magnitude, we do need to understand all the factors at play, but I really do not want to be involved in cheap politics of pointing fingers and allocating blame in the face of this human tragedy. I think it's inappropriate and wrong. Member Bryant may say whatever he wants to say about this process, but I would respectfully request he doesn't put words in my mouth. Thank you.
SANParks.
Thank you, Honorable President.
Okay, let me first deal with the issue of the CEO, and then I will hand over to my colleagues to respond to the rest. And then if there's anything else, if with your permission, Chairperson, I will come back and clarify. As indicated the last time we were in Parliament, the process where it was, we're expecting the chairperson of the hearing to make a ruling on this matter as soon as, And by that time, we were correctly expecting it the following week. I must indicate that this is not within our sphere of control because it's an independent chairperson. And we are on record having written to her and saying we are very, very concerned that she's taking too long to make a ruling on this matter. She had indicated that she was going to give us something last week, and we expect the week went and we haven't had this week what has happened. So we are as equally concerned, honorable members and chairperson, and would like the process to be fair as much as possible. We are in a very difficult situation. We can only say to the chairperson, we are concerned about the speed at which things are going, but at the same time, we don't want to interfere in an independent process. And it's a very difficult and awkward situation to be in because it is a process that's been run by an independent chair, and would like for all involved that it must be fair and transparent as much as possible with less, if not no, board interference. But we have written to them through our lawyers that last week or the week before that we are very, very concerned that this matter is taking too long. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I will answer the first question that was asked by Honorable Bryant. I've now been joined on this call by Dr. Ziba, who's Managing Executive for Conservation, to assist with the question relating to conservation as well as rhino. The question that was asked was under which goal budget is anti-poaching falls under. So it falls under Honorable Bryant, under sustainable biodiversity and cultural heritage across land and sea, which is on slide number 34 of the presentation. And then you will see the numbers that emanate from the previous financial year, the current financial year, and then the next 2 years of the MTF period. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Dr. Ziba through you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I want to check if you can hear me, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you and also see you. Proceed on that note.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the chairs of entities, and to my colleagues. Chair, I would like to address some of the questions that have been raised that mainly relate to rhino and generally relating to wildlife crime in Kruger National Park. I think, Chair, we want to put on record first that we have reported for more than 3 years on the decline in the rhino population in Kruger National Park. And we have continued to acknowledge both the decline and the challenges that we have in managing or dealing with the scourge of rhino poaching. It remains a very complex social ecological problem that the country as a whole, including some of the clusters in the security sector that are dealing with. That said, Chair, I think the question that was raised by Honorable Bryant about whether SANParks is looking to work with the private sector to ensure sustainability of the rhino population. Indeed, SANParks is working with partners right across the board, both public and private, with regards to looking at managing the rhino population. Initiatives such as the meta-population management of rhino, especially black rhino, is one of such initiatives we are also working with NGOs that are involved in rhino conservation or that support rhino conservation, such as WWF South Africa and the Wilderness Foundation as examples, to come up with measures to collaborate across the board on ensuring the conservation of rhino. We also have been given a mandate by the Honorable Minister to find or lead rhino conservation efforts across the board in a way that is inclusive. And as a result, we continue to work in that fashion in dealing with ensuring the sustainability of the population. I think examples include, Chair, the fact that at the height of rhino poaching, SANParks made available rhino for conservation or for purchase by the private sector, especially those that were identified to be in areas that are called strongholds that are relatively safe from poaching. And as a result, close to 300 rhino were sold to private sector partners at reasonable prices. And we know that those animals have contributed to the private sector population that continues to do well. And we also note, Chair, that SANParks has rhino in other smaller rhino parks where our rhino population continues to grow at more than 6% as reported in the last financial year. So these are some of the details, Chair, that I perhaps thought that we should mention. Honorable Phillips requested that we share the information on percentage of rhinos poached. We have not worked out this information, but right now, but we promise to submit in writing, Chair, the information that Honorable Phillips has requested. With regards to the questions that were raised by the Honorable Chair on whether the decline in the rhino population is one of the contributing factors to, I'm trying to look at my notes here, like whether or how sure is SANParks that the reduced number of rhino fatalities is due to SANParks anti-poaching effort and not due to reduced numbers of rhinos in the wild. I think, Chair, we acknowledge the fact that this is a complex issue to obviously separate, and we have not specifically done studies that help us to separate specifically whether or to assign whether there is the decline, the difficulty with regards to or the decline. The decline in the numbers of rhinos poached is purely as a result of the decline in the population. What we know, Chair, is that there are no indications that the demand for rhino horn has declined. We only got a respite during the hard lockdown, and we assign or attribute that mainly to the fact that all travel was closed. But we still see a significant number of incursions into Kruger and where poachers are attempting to poach rhino. And we believe that the contribution that SANParks or the contribution of our rangers in the other anti-poaching efforts contribute quite significantly to reducing the poaching of rhino. We do note, Chair, that and I think we have reported that the population has declined, and it might as well contribute to the challenge or the difficulty for poachers to manage rhino. But we have confidence in some of the strategies that we have put in place in deterring poachers getting to rhino, despite the fact that we acknowledge as well that that is a challenging area. I think the second question relating to whether we know the magnitude of poaching for sustenance. I think one of the issues that we know, Chair, is that the poaching, which is not poaching for rhino, horn, or ivory, is a substantial challenge that we deal with in Kruger National Park. We have seen substantial numbers of animals poached, and these animals are usually poached or like through snares. And also we see dog or hunting dog tracks in the park. But we've also seen cases of animals that have been poached that then get poisoned, which has got huge ramifications, especially for scavengers like vultures and hyenas, because they go to these carcasses and feed on poisoned carcasses. We think that poisoning is also part of a way of basically, masking the effect of poaching or snaring of animals, because animals decay very quickly, like following some of these poisoning incidents. Some of the animals poached or top animals poached besides rhino include nyala, zebra, impala, buffalo, and waterbuck. And we know that these are animals that are usually poached for eating. There have also been cases where poachers have been caught with hippo meat and with pangas and other gear that poachers use to cut meat and put it in bags and load it on buggies. And this is evidence that poaching for food is one of the major activities near Kruger National Park. As far as the wildlife donation policy, yes, we have a section in our integrated wildlife management policy that deals with wildlife sales as well as wildlife donations to both communities and emerging game farmers. As far as international donations, we usually get, SANParks usually gets requests that come through the department, and mainly those would be in the form of requests directly to the office of the minister, who then would, once the department has processed those, pass the request, if it has the approval of the minister, to the board of SANParks. At this stage, our policy covers that in the sense that SANParks cannot be approached directly by any international organization, individual or institution or country for donation of animals. Those have to follow protocols that are governed at national level through DECO and our national department. I hope we have addressed all of the questions. If I'm missing something, the CEO might assist. Thank you.
Dr. Tsiba, I have never authorized a game donation in my life. I have always been told by yourselves that you run an open process inviting bidders. You've also answered parliamentary questions to that effect. So I'm a bit shocked at your response.
So, Minister, how do we reconcile them? You are shocked. They said the minister approves. How do we go about that one?
Well, I don't know. But that is something that has never happened, and it will never happen on my watch.
Dr. Ziba, you hear the minister.
Yes,
Chair. You wanted to say the practice in the past.
Yes, Chair.
No,
I wanted to
words into your mouth because
no. I wanted to clarify. So, apologies, Chair. Sorry.
The minister is on record saying that she's heard you saying what, and she said she's never done that. So the chair is yes. I think
Chair, I want to clarify that the minister is correct that there has never been a request to herself. When I'm referring to this, the donations that we have dealt with internationally was, for instance, the request from the government of Chad to the government of South Africa. I think dates back to around 2018, 2019. And that was processed through a bilateral request between governments. And then once that was approved, then the request was then passed on to SANParks board for further implementation or for further consideration. And then when that was approved, then SANParks had to implement. With regards to Mozambique as well, where we've donated game, the same applies. I think the clarity that I wanted to provide is that we don't have current requests or haven't had current requests that have been processed by Minister Chrissy. What we are dealing with right now with regards to deliveries are mainly requests or donations that relate to donations that were made earlier before the current term of the minister. The minister is correct to say that with regards to our national donations, our policy is that we run an open call, and once we have received requests for donations, we then process them through a clearly stipulated process within our policy, which includes inspections on the site, assessment of whether the qualifying candidate or the candidates qualify with regards to the infrastructure, security, as well as the type of land or vegetation and the size of land they have for the animals that they are requesting. And once those have been approved or have been assessed, then a determination is made as to whether game will be donated to the applicants. And then the same is then communicated to them once they have received approval or whether the applications has been declined. So I do apologize to the minister by not clarifying that what I'm talking about with regards to international donations refers to donations before the minister took office. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. It's a predicament on my side as the chair of this meeting. But okay, I hope you're going to sort it yourselves off record here. The chair's hand was up.
Yes, Minister. Yes, Honorable Chair. I just want to clarify this issue because I think, as Dr. Ziba has clarified at the end, that there is a SANParks policy. And that is the basis on which game donation happens. I think there are two things that should not be confused here. And I think in his answer, he conflated those. That when there is a request for donation, there is a process within SANParks, and based on our policy, that's the process for determining whether the game donation happens, and that is the official position, Chair. And Dr. Ziba has actually corrected himself, and that's the correct position. And I also wanted the chair of the conservation committee Ms. Yolan Friedman, to just also add something on the rhino population, because I think there's something there that we need to clarify in terms of how the complexity in terms of providing the information that's required, and what are some of the difficulties that we have in doing so. If with your permission, Chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Yolan Friedman, who's the chair of the committee, to just clarify that. Thank you.
Before that, I think I was very specific in my question, Chairperson, whether you as SANParks, you have got a wildlife donation policy for both local and international donations. But it's simple. Those policies, despite all those information that the minister also disputed and later corrected by Dr. Ziba, you can still share with us those two policies. The way I hear you saying they're there, then we'll have to go through them ourselves and satisfy ourselves to that effect. Can I allow then Ms. Friedman to deal with the other issue as directed by the chair?
Good evening, honourable members. Good evening, Minister. Good evening, Chairperson. I just put my camera on for a second, but I think we're all suffering from bandwidth issues due to load shedding. I think the question that the Chairperson of the SANParks Board wanted me to clarify was just the question that comes up, and it comes up repeatedly in multiple fora around the issue of percentages. And understandably, I think people want to know and have a sense of comfort around the percentage of rhino that we're losing in comparison to the overall population. But I think it's important to understand that these are moving targets, that it's impossible at any given time, given the size and scope of the Kruger National Park and the rhino in the Kruger National Park, to ever have an exact number of both live and dead rhino. And it's obviously a moving target. So as rhino get born and as rhino get taken off, it's a moving target. So the issue around percentages becomes very tricky, and it's not because of any fault of SANParks in terms of the censusing process. It's just that I think that what happens is that even when one is giving you the census of statistics around the existing population of rhino, that's done by a large degree, also including extrapolation. So it's never a perfect science. And unfortunately, also with rhino carcasses, one never gets the 100% accurate number of rhino carcasses on the ground. So these things are always extrapolated. And so if one starts talking about percentages, they tend to get misused by the press and members of the public, because they're implying that there is an exact number known of both live and dead rhino at any given time, which I think no scientist would ever admit to having. So it's just to give clarity around the issue of percentages, but it's understandable about why people would like that, because it gives a sense of comfort if the percentages are obviously lower than the percentage growth in the population. But it would be a false sense of comfort given the difficulty around those statistics. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Friedman. Can we go to the weather service?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I indicated earlier, in response to Honourable Paulson,
ask you to switch on your video now that you are no longer presenting.
Sure, Chair.
Thank you. Sure.
Yes, Chair. In response to Honourable Paulson, I just want to indicate, as I did before, Chair, that we do seasonal forecasts, as well as forecasts in terms of various platforms when in real time. Some of those include the broadcasting stations, Chair, TV, radio, and various other channels, Chair. Recently, we've also been moving on to things like YouTube and also Twitter to make sure that the weather messages are getting out. And as I said, we've had interaction with various institutions like the NDMC and presented at their meetings as well. Chair, on the issue of the radar infrastructure, I'm going to ask Mr. Ndabambi, who's our infrastructure executive, to talk to the more historical issues. But safe to say on my part here that this infrastructure is quite expensive in that these radar, I think they, and I stand to be corrected, but what I understood was 30, 40 million plus per installation. And that a lot of our radars are nearing sort of 15, 20-year lifespan. And those are the ones that we'd have to be focusing on going into the future. But I don't want to mislead you there, Chair. So I'm going to ask Mr. Ndabambi to talk to specifically your issue around the radar availability. I think to date we have, if I'm not mistaken, been meeting the targets. But there is a situation arising now where we'd have to replace some of that infrastructure. I must also add, Chair, that what we have been trying is to actually have some of this infrastructure declared as national key points from the perspective of specifically securing them a little bit better. And there has been a bit of progress in terms of that. I think we've been referred to the South African Police Services in that regard, in terms of the process to get some of these installations declared as national key points. And then, Chair, the issue around the proportion of the budget for the commercial activities in relation to the rest of our budget. Just for the 2022-23 year, Chair, it will be roughly about 26%. Pre-COVID, it was closer to 40%, Chair. And we're hoping that around about 2024-25, we'll be reaching the sort of 35% mark in terms of its total contribution, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Ndabambi to just talk to the issues around the infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Chairpersons. Honorable Chair, the CEO is correct. This radar is an old infrastructure. I want to address the Honorable Phillips, and then you also emphasize it, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Remember, when we spent about 240 million purchasing them, the maintenance of the radars was not even part of that budget. So the Weather Service had to struggle to make ends meet in terms of getting the maintenance budget. And then also, members, I should comfort you to say, South Africa is one of the few countries that is running a working radar infrastructure, because we don't have a radar equipment that is just a ghost standing there. Here it is working. And our radar infrastructure is not even the same what they use in the US, for example, where they've got a Doppler facility, they can look in the vertical, but we optimize using what we have. And the radar infrastructure concentrate in less than an hour warnings. Sorry, members, somebody must walk here in the offices. Sometimes the lights are off, but they're on again. So it's less than an hour. So we have our numerical weather prediction models that take days before, then within an hour or 2 hours, then the radar takes over for warning on what is happening, giving precise information, more especially for the floods. So now we have now put the budget aside, not only for the radar, there's equipment that is supporting the radar, like your hydrogen generators, your UPS, uninterrupted power supply. Sorry, it's tongue twisting. So we have put budget aside for those. But if we've got a target of 70%, honorable members, it does not mean that we are failing the country. because the numerical weather prediction models, they give over to the radar, give over to the satellite information, and then we take it forward. And then I also want to clarify how the impact-based warning system is working that the minister was talking to. The impact-based warning, we are developing it as a collective. So we're just one of the few countries. Some of the countries, for example, they are learning from us. We need to present the lessons learned. So we are trying to bring in social science. We bring in information on the ground so that we understand the vulnerability level of each area that is going to receive the flooding information, for example. So another area might not be impacted by 50 millimeters of rain in 10 hours. Another area will be impacted with a rain amount that is less than that. So for me, we are learning as we go. For example, I think there's a lot we can learn now from KZN, the texture and the structure of the soil there, the topography there, and not only us and disaster management authorities that are learning from there, even the construction industry. So after this event, when we rebuild, we need to build differently. So then as a collective, we'll be able to adapt to the impact of climate change and the climate variability. I hope I've answered you, members. Thank you very much.
And yes, I noticed the hand of Honorable Bryant. Honorable Bryant.
Yes, Chairperson, hi there. Chair, I just wanted to clarify my comments earlier. The Minister was unhappy with what I'd said. Just to clarify, I did preface by suggesting that it was my opinion around the issues around preparedness in the Durban area, and by no means suggesting that it was the Minister's opinion. I was just referencing the discussion that we'd had earlier. So I apologise if I caused offence, but certainly was not the intention. It was my personal opinion around that matter. Thanks, Chair.
Phillips, is it a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is. The follow-up is, yes, I completely understand that the statistics in percentages would be a moving target and they wouldn't be completely accurate. But it would give us a good indication to see whether the actual poaching is going up or not. So that is why I asked for it in percentages. The second comment is I wasn't part of the portfolio. I don't think any of us were in 2010 when the radar was first launched. But I was under the impression that it was Doppler radar that was launched in 2010. So perhaps somebody can just correct me on that one if I'm mistaken. Thank you so much.
Yes, that seems to be the only follow-up. Can the Water Service respond to the issue? Okay.
Chair, I only know that we have X-band, S-band, and C-band. So I'm going to ask Mr. Mkeli to just indicate whether or not it's a Doppler radar or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think maybe what I must first clarify is that when we received those radars, we only had a C-band radars. So the C-band radars are the ones that are vulnerable to frequency interruption. For example, the one which is in around DR. We even decommissioned another one in Gqeberha because of severe frequency interruption. So then in 2010, we received the S-band radars. So the S-band radars, they've got higher resistance to the frequency interruption. That's why now in these areas where they are vulnerable to frequency interruption, we rather put the S-band. So the only radar that has got a Doppler facility is in Bethlehem, honorable members, the one that can scan in the horizontal and also in the vertical. So that is the only radar. So all these radars, the S-band, and then we still have the old C-band radars. But those that were purchased around 2020, they were S-band radars. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Ndabambi. It's a historical land, ne? Honorable Phillips.
No, Chair, it's actually a follow-up onto the reply I've just received.
Okay.
A press statement from the South African local government on a government page says that the radar network consists of 12 new Doppler weather radars, and that was for the 2010 project. So were all 12 deployed in Bethlehem, or were some of them deployed somewhere else? Thank you.
Let's dispose of this one quickly, Mr. Ndabambi.
Chairperson, maybe we will need to look at that statement, but I'm certain, honorable members, that we've got S-band radars. The one that the CEO referred to was the 2X-band radars, which have got a shorter range. The S-band, they can go over 300 kilometers. The X-band, they will go to about 100 meters. They are typically used, for example, around the mountains when the radar is going to be blocked by the mountain when it is scanning. Thank you.
Okay. I think that brings us to the end of the presentations on the annual performance plans. And yeah, that's the issue, and the strategic plans. Then we've got one item that we need to dispose of. That's the item which the minister is going to brief us on, the Wildlife Welfare Forum. Can we quickly take a 5-minute comfort break? We should be back at 7:15, please. Let's have that comfort break.
Honorable Chair,
and do
Honorable Chair, are we excused?
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Yes, you are. You are.
Thank you, Chair.
You are excused. You are excused. Yes, you are. And thanks for coming, though you are Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Wishing you a speedy recovery, Chairperson. And thanks to the colleagues, your colleagues have been with us since morning. We appreciate this. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Are we fine? Are we back? Can we continue?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, over to you, Minister. Over to you, Minister.
Chair, good evening once again to colleagues. And Chair, can I please beg your indulgence that I keep my video off? I've had a lot of network challenges, and I can already hear this machine trying to kick me out again. Chair, let me just remind colleagues that this presentation on the Welfare Forum is a follow-up to our previous meeting that we had last term, where we had indicated to honourable members that we would be setting up the Welfare Forum. This is a new structure, and it comes about as a result of the recommendations of the high-level panel. And I think that we have explained to honourable members that while we are busy with the white paper, we have not put other aspects of the high-level panel on ice. And where there is work that can continue without the white paper, this work is continuing. And one of these recommendations that we are busy implementing is the Welfare Forum. And I'm with DDG Mogolwa, who, as everybody knows, is the DDG responsible for biodiversity and conservation. And I want to ask DDG Mogolwa just to just to inform you. She's got a couple of slides. Our last meeting, what happened at the first meeting of the forum, and what is going to happen from here on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and good evening to the Chair and the committee and colleagues. This is a briefing on the Wildlife Welfare Forum. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we'll recall that the Minister appointed the HLP to review those policies, and welfare and the humane and responsible treatment of wildlife was one of the key areas in respect of which the HLP made recommendations. Next slide, please. So the overall recommendation was that taking a one welfare approach, the Minister should immediately initiate a process to engage with welfare and well-being issues across the sector, with a view to including the elements within the conservation and sustainable use policy for the sector. And the activities related to that included that the first one was for the Minister to engage DALRA to clarify overlapping mandates for welfare and well-being and the role of NSPCA, with the aim to rationalize legislation where appropriate. That engagement has taken place, and one of the objectives of NEMBA has been amended to provide for the use of indigenous biological resources in the manner that is ecologically sustainable, including taking into account the well-being of any animal biological resource involved. We have just concluded the MOU with DALRA, and we are initiating the first technical discussion at DG to DG level in this week. I think the meeting is tomorrow. Then the second activity related to considering delegation of power for welfare inspections to broader group of suitably qualified people similar to EMIs. In that respect, NEMA makes provision for inspection for compliance monitoring only by organs of state and not non-state organizations. And broadening this will then require legislative amendments. Next slide, please. Then the next activity related to developing minimum net standards for welfare within all aspects of the sector relating to the 5 iconic species. In this financial year, we will include well-being standards in the broader norms and standards for the 5 iconic species. The next activity related to exploring an integrated wildlife welfare unit to address institutional arrangement in respect of responsibility for welfare and to address poor cooperation between industry, rescue groups, welfare organization, and welfare inspectors. And we are in the process of establishing that wildlife welfare forum. Next slide, please. So in respect of the Wildlife Welfare Forum, we hosted an inception meeting on the 28th of February. The key stakeholders that were invited to attend the meeting included DALRALT, NSPCA, SA-based welfare organization, and some organizations that are representing rehab facilities and sanctuaries. The draft terms of reference were prepared by the department and they were discussed during the inception meeting. Next slide. Subsequent to that meeting, we circulated those comments. The terms of reference intends to set out the following key areas in respect of the forum: the purpose, the objectives and the functions, the values and the principles, composition and membership, operational procedures including frequency of meetings, reporting and accountability. We've also developed a code of conduct, which will be an appendix to the TORs, and this will be signed by eligible prospective members. And participants have been invited to submit written comments of the TOR and code of conduct. We have collated those comments and have finalized them, currently setting up a follow-up meeting. Next slide. So the next meeting of the Welfare Forum, which will be held now in May, possibly in May, is that this will then be submitted for approval by the minister. There were two areas that are requiring further discussion and agreement by the members of the forum, and this related to the scope and the name of the forum. And as I indicated, the meeting will be scheduled sometime in early May. Thank you. I think this is the last slide.
Okay. Thank you so much, DG Flora. Colleagues, this is the briefing. They want to raise issues on the matter because this matter, Honorable Bryant.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't want to interrupt you. Finish your sentence. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No. I was trying to say, based on what we had asked the minister to share this information with us, so that we're at par and understand whenever this reference is made, then we know what are we dealing with. So are the issues that you want to get clarity, seeking questions, and all those sort of stuff. Over to you, Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've just got a few. This animal welfare issue is a big one, and we've obviously had numerous engagements, and between us and also with Dallard. But just a few ones. Firstly, on slide 4, the amended number, which includes well-being, when is that going to be brought into effect? The copy of that MOU that's been referred to between the DFFE and Dallard, can we get a copy of that as the portfolio committee? Would it be possible for that to be disseminated to the committee? And then the meetings, I know, again, there have been discussion around these meetings. Do you have any specifics around how many meetings are being held between Dallard and the DFFE in terms of that MOU? And then also discussions around the role of the NSPCA, something that's come up previously, and the development of standard operating procedures that can cross-cut. I think that's really vital going forward. Is that something that's being considered? is the department meeting with the NSPCA as well in terms of getting their input? How many meetings have taken place? Is that something that's ongoing? And then in terms of standard operating procedures to be developed, is this happening? Are they going to be implemented going forward? And then just in terms of the delegation of powers and the legislative amendments that need to be considered in terms of, making this official effectively, how is that, how is that being put in place? I hope it makes sense, but, are we seeing the powers being given by the amendments, and how is that going to take place going forward? I hope those questions make sense, Chairperson. And I'm not sure if anybody else has any other questions. I've got one or two more, if you'll indulge me. Thanks, Chair.
All of them.
Okay, Chair. Then in terms of slide 5, also, is minimum norms and standards, they're being developed for the 5 species. Why not all species? Well, why are we focusing specifically on the 5? Is that just because the HLP mentions those in particular? When are we going to publish the norms and standards for public participation? The establishment of the Welfare Forum, when is that going to be officially completed? And what's the role of the Welfare Forum if we compare it to the Wildlife Forum? Are the two quite different, or what sets it apart in terms of its relationship with the Wildlife Forum? And would it not make sense for us perhaps to merge those two fora together into one, taking into account the cross-cutting nature? And then, Chair, just in terms of the one welfare approach, we want to see how that can be applied across the board, but I think it's going to be a bit tricky if we have these two different forums. So perhaps we could use that as added incentive to potentially merge them. And then the practical steps in terms of the High Court judgment around animal welfare, and this being taken into account regarding decision making around animals. Is this something which is implementable from a practical perspective, and how is the department going about ensuring that takes place? And then just finally, Chair, I know we have put it on the agenda to have that meeting between us and Dallard, but it's not on the Dallard or Dalrad, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's not on their new term agenda. That welfare colloquium which we agreed to, and they are supposed to be setting up. Do we have any idea? Is there official agreement that is going to take place, and are we going to do it on that date? Has Dalrad come back to you with an official response? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. Can we get responses to the issues raised by Honorable Bryant? Then we'll talk to the other issues that are related to our work. Minister.
Chair, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Honorable Bryant for the questions. Let me take first bite, and then I think the DDG will add some technical information. Chairperson, my understanding is that the legislative amendment was voted for by the National Assembly. And then my understanding is, in normal lawmaking terms, the amended bill must be approved and promulgated by the President. So I'm assuming that the National Assembly will have put that process in place. Perhaps that's something that through your own relationship with the presiding officers and so on, you would be better placed to answer. I think, Honourable Brandt, part of the complexity with your questions is that we've set up this welfare forum to do the work that you're asking us, when are we going to do it? So I think that's why we've set up this welfare forum, because there are issues that have to be addressed. What exactly do we mean by one welfare approach? What exactly do we mean by well-being? And how is that going to find expression and translate into both policy and practice? Now, I think that part of what the Wildlife Forum is an umbrella body. Everybody is in there. And I think that part of what we have come to realize is that you will need to have working groups that will be focusing on specific issues. One of those groups that we're going to be setting up in relation to the high-level panel is a group that's going to be focusing specifically on transformation and on the Transformation Charter. It's not something that you're going to be able to achieve in that Wildlife Forum, because the interests are too divergent. And it's it was a useful forum. For example, I met with that forum fairly regularly during the COVID pandemic, and we discussed the regulatory environment and issues that were inhibiting the sector and so on and so forth. But I think that if you are wanting to enter into a process of policy reform and policy creation, then you do need very specific working groups. And obviously anything that comes out of this that is going to have an effect on the sector has to go through all proper public consultation processes. So I think that, we've just set this thing up. It's going to start to define its work. And I think that that's really what it's going to be doing. I think that the DDG has explained that the first DG to DG meeting on the MOU, which we will definitely give a copy of the MOU to the committee, that meeting is taking place tomorrow. So I think that all of the questions that Honourable Brandt raised were raised in the meeting with the joint meeting that we had. We said that we were going to conclude the MOU. We've concluded the MOU. Once we've concluded the MOU, we will start to implement the MOU. The first meeting to implement the MOU is taking place tomorrow. We said we would set up the forum. We said we would develop terms of reference. It's been done. We are now proceeding with the work. So I think that issues around the regulation of the NSPCA, we're very clear that falls within the domain of the Department of DALRAT. We're not the relevant department, but we do meet them. I see DG has put her hand up, and I'm sure DG will also want to just give some flesh on this before we see whether there's anything further that DG Mokgorowa would want to answer. Let me hand over to DG.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you to Chairperson and the members. I just thought I need to also add on the issue of the MOU. And as already committed, we can supply the copy of the MOU. What I wanted to just update is now this evening, as I am in the
portfolio committee, my office alerted me that the DALRAT is no longer available tomorrow, so they are postponing the meeting. I just wanted to highlight that we are definitely pursuing the discussions. So they've postponed it to the 4th of May, which then we're going to be looking into the technical implementation of the MOU. I just wanted to flag that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, DG.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the DG also wanting to say something on these matters?
I have nothing further to add, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to follow up before maybe I propose the way forward on these matters, Honorable Bryant? If you don't, the responses are adequate, it's okay. Then maybe the rationale why we asked the minister to brief us on this. Like she has indicated, there's been various interests. We are copied letters that are sent to the minister on the composition and whatever, but then they just copy us. And then we said maybe it would be prudent that the minister should come and brief us so that we understand where these interests lie, what is happening, this one, so that we are also taken on the loop. But then I should then allow you, Honorable Brian, to, I see your hand is up, then I'll be able to talk to the issues on how do we then move forward on these matters. Yeah. Honorable Brent.
Thanks very much, Chip.
On the responses. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and the DG. Just quickly, in terms of the issues around captive lion breeding, I know we have seen many reports of animal cruelty regarding the captive lion industry. And we just want to find out whether or not any requests have been made to DALRAT in terms of Section 10 of the Animal Protection Act to introduce welfare regulations around the treatment of lion in these facilities. I know the white paper is being established, but just in the interim, whether or not that's something that would be considered. That's my final follow-up, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. Minister, you want to comment on what the Honorable Brent has said?
Chairperson, I'm sure the best way for Honourable Bryant to get an answer to that question would be to pose a parliamentary question to the Minister of DALRAT, because one can't answer it. But I think, Honourable Bryant, what I can say to you is that we are currently examining the possibility of setting up a voluntary process for those who would like to voluntarily leave the industry. And we are taking legal advice at the moment on if I wanted to lead a process in that regard, how could I do it? And we are aware that there would be those who would be interested to leave the industry voluntarily. And so that is a question we're exploring, and we don't have an answer at this stage, but we will definitely, we know this committee, this is an issue that, if I can call it a legacy issue, of this portfolio committee, and we know that you are all very concerned about this issue, and we would want to be able to appraise you of any developments. So I think I have indicated this to you, Honourable Brian. We're looking at options for voluntary exit, and once one has some relevant suggestions, we will share them with the committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Because having read through this presentation, it further emphasized the issue raised when we had the joint meeting to say the other department, including the portfolio committee, they should lead on these processes of animal welfare. And the way you've put your presentation, Minister, I think this is what we are going to also present when this colloquium that has been requested take place, which we have both agreed that the committee, the other committee, like you've indicated, the other issues that are being directed to you, they can be best responded to by the other Minister of Rural Development, Agriculture and Land Reform. So on our part, we'll continue to pursue that joint meeting, other joint meetings to Honourable Bryant. They will come and update us on how far have they gone in the preparation of the colloquium, of which both, even the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, it will obviously do the presentation. The bulk of the work lies with the other ministry. So I think we can close it on that note to say also, at least, thank you, the Minister, for briefing us, because these are the issues, like you are saying, they are highly contested matters. We kept on being copied issues that are sent to you, but we understand that those are the matters that were being copied, that we felt you need to then give us a briefing on this one. And I think we need to appreciate this briefing. And then we'll continue to engage the other PC and support it so that that colloquium takes place. But like you have indicated, if we've got issues as members of parliament, we are free to then write to the responsible minister to deal with the matters. I don't think we need to end it here. It was a very long day. At least then what will be left will be for us to give the secretariat to and the committee support staff to do the minutes. And then those outstanding questions for the department, we should get them for Friday so that we've already got a date for our budget vote. So we need to go through the process of adopting the reports. And then your hand is up. You want to say something, Honorable Bryant, before I close?
Yes, Chairperson, just two things. Firstly, my two colleagues, Honourable Phillips and Honourable Weber, sincerely apologize. Both their machines have crashed because of the load shedding. I think it's only you, myself, and Honourable Mbata who actually left on the meeting anyway. But Chair, just something to note, and it might just be a procedural thing that maybe we can fix at the beginning of our next meeting, but I'm not sure whether or not we officially approved the new term agenda. I know we did the agenda for the meeting, but I was going to just propose now that we adopt it, but it might just be worthwhile just checking whether or not that was officially done at the beginning, and if not, then we can do it at the beginning of our next meeting. But thank you very much for the meeting, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. We'll do that in the next meeting when we meet. I think it was we had another meeting. Oh, the approval. We should have then brought it back, but it was our first meeting. We'll do it in the next meeting when we meet to formally do that. But we want to thank you, colleagues, for staying over, and the team from the department and the entities, and everybody who has been with us up to this time. There's a lot of work that we've done. It was a marathon of a meeting, Minister. Thank you for staying on. The Deputy Minister's gadget also crashed. Yeah, we are living in load shedding times, but I think we managed to do the rest of what we wanted to do. Okay, can we end it here? At least it's not 9 o'clock, it's 7:45.
Thank you, Chair. You saved us a whole hour and 15 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Good night.
Nature.
Good night.